All right. Why is my window the way it is? Let's find out. I can't see anything. Can't see me. Not that there's something to look at. Okay. That was hair raising. Try to connect, couldn't connect. So I started loading another. So I got two accounts going. I loaded this one and the main account, so I can build the station that I am trying to build, right? And it's a Coriolis, so it's pretty. There's a lot of work to be done. So, but I still have time. So, let me see where I'm going. Thank you for joining me on this stream. If you are joining me now, thank you for joining me after I finish the stream. I'm going to give you some quick tips, some easy things to note when building a system, when you colonize a system. You probably already know everything. Okay, so I gotta go B17 1. Now, the reason I'm going here is because it is a great system, and it's next to some gents that actually colonized already in the area. I don't know how they got here, but they're kind of moving from I don't know what direction they came from. But this system is where I want to go. And as soon as I go there, I'll tell you why I want to go there. Let's see. So we're going to save copy target. And then go there. I should have started the stream after the fact. Stick around. Turn on your game, get in game, play, and listen to me talk, because I'm going to give you some pointers to colonization that other people make confusing. Super confusing. Okay, set this thing. I should have turned this in so I can share with the guild. Okay. Number one. When colonization, you are going to get a system that you might not like. Why is that? Well, if you look at this, you say, "Wow, that's a great system," right? And I agree. This was a great system, but let's say that the second row of colonizable planets is way out, and then the procedurally generated colonization algorithm decided to put your little mini flag all the way out here. So when you're colonizing, the first thing you got to look for is where's the flag? Where's the flag? So that's the first thing you look for. So I'm going to put this in notes so that I can share that with new players, because I want to make colonization as simple as possible. I'm going to try to avoid making a 54-page dissertation on colonization. Okay? We're not working for a PhD on colonization. So we're actually going to I have a massively high IQ, but I'd like to, when I talk, I like to talk simply, because then I can remember it. Okay. So let's see. The first thing is, when you got to do exploration. The actual person who's going to give you the beacon to colonize the system is not going to give you the system data. So what you got to do is you got to get the system data, right? So that means doing some exploration to the surrounding places you can colonize. And after I do the jump, you'll see what I mean, that the system that I'm choosing to colonize is actually a pretty good system. So the first thing you got to do is pick the system that you're in. So that you might not want to do that. So even though it has a tons of, what if this sun or these planets were 500,000 light seconds out? It's okay with the SCO, but then it becomes tiresome after a while, right? Luckily in this system, this was where the flag was posted, at Draxter Militia. So the second thing you got to look for is the flag. Where's the flag? Where's the flag? Because I want to have a foundation to build on, right? So if this was a bad system to be in, let's say the flag was down here and even the planets themselves weren't good to colonize, then I might want to move on. But the flag was here. I decided to make this a military outpost, right? And build some things here that give it some power, right? So I can have this as definitely a military outpost. So I did that first. I wanted security, right? I didn't want to get ganked by pirates. So I did that first. You don't have to, but I like coming in with 3 settlements that I actually do, or let's say orbital outposts. So we're going to be orbital outpost, double O. I go in either with a commercial station, if it's a small T1, or a militia or a military station, right? Now, why do I do that? They're going to have commodity markets in both of those, but the military will give me protection, right? Because what's going to happen is the pirates move in, you're going to have pirate attacks, and you're going to get ganked. So maybe you don't want to get ganked. Maybe you just want to colonize. So I do either commercial or military depending on the planet. This time I decided military. So to double back, we're going to go find out what the system data is. So you're going to do some exploration, system exploration, right? Find out where the flag is. Maybe it's way out and you don't want to do that. Like, for instance, I was watching one of Furion's in the Vortex Squadron. I was watching one of his videos, and I kept telling him, the flag, where's the flag? So he didn't look for the flag, and it was all the way out in the black. So he built a T3 all the way out in the black, in the last planet of the system, and it was really, really far out. So look for that, because then you're going to spend a lot of time trying to build something that you don't like. And this is about what you like, right? So number 4, you need resources. You need resources. A refinery station will give you resources that you need, majority of resources you need, right? So you have to build another, or a T2, right? So if you have an outpost, a small one, you're going to have to build a Coriolis somehow. Let me see, did I? Yeah, I got 10 minutes. So I'm going to show you what I did once we get out of here. So somehow, some way, you're going to have to build at least a Coriolis or T2 to be able to get a refinery going, right? So in my case, I built it here, called Draxter Smelting Works. I built it here. Now, on the planet, I built 2 refineries right away, so I can get what I need for what I need for majority of my materials, because that's the majority of it: steel, titanium, aluminum. These and liquid oxygen are the majority of materials that you need to build a station. You can get everything else outside, and you can fill up one Panther Clipper with everything else, but the majority of materials is gonna come from a refinery station. Now, why did I not build a refinery on the surface? Okay, number one, it takes a lot longer to land on the surface. Number two, you need to have a certain amount of tech level to build a T2 on the surface. Okay, because at first, and I don't know if they changed that, but I don't know if they actually changed that, but it doesn't come a mid-size settlement or mid-size city on the surface doesn't initially come with a well, let me check that out. I'm gonna chat GPT it. Let's see, because they changed what happens with mid-sized cities. So let's chat GPT it and see if they actually answer our question. Does a mid-sized city planetary in Elite Dangerous come with a shipyard? Now, why is this important? I'll tell you in a second. Not always. It says that a mid-sized planetary city surface port has shipyard depends on the specific station facilities, right? So a large one does come, but small surface settlements do not. Mid-sized settlements may have, it won't have a shipyard. Your system has to have a certain tech level for mid-size to actually occur on these settlements. So you're gonna have to, if you're gonna build a planetary settlement, you need a shipyard. So why don't you want to build a T3? Because it is painful. It is super painful. So a Coriolis is the first thing you want to build in space. A Coriolis. Right, so this is the succession that I actually did, and I need yellow or small construction points. The first thing is I need 3, so that's pretty easy. I got 2 from over here, 1 from orbit, so I got my 3 to build this. And then after that I started building refineries on the surface, right? So number 5, surface refineries. You need those. Right? And how do you get those? By building mid-size settlements, which I did here, and I think outside here. So I build mid-size settlements so I can get the green points, the larger construction points, and then I was able to build the refineries, because you need 1 green point to build a refinery. So I built 2 refineries here and 2 refineries here. Then I started building a T3. Why? Because you need, number 6, CMM composites. Okay? CMM composites and ceramic composites come from settlement or surface refinery cities. We're going to say cities, so you understand what I'm talking about. So that was painful because it took a long time to build the surface refinery, but you need CMM composites. Okay, so let's double back. The Coriolis, the T2, is the primary thing you need to build. So if you have a system that already has these in orbit, these little planets in orbit with 2 settlements or 3 settlements, great. Then you are going to be able to build a Coriolis, right? All right. you need surface refineries for that Coriolis to generate what you need in metals, because the majority of metals that you use for construction in colonization is titanium, steel, aluminum, and some liquid oxygen. These are the majority of things that you need for the settlement. The rest of the stuff can be fit into one or maybe even two Panther clippers. So you can get that from anywhere. Okay? So we built the refinery Coriolis, and then we built the surface refineries, and I was planning to build one here. So the secondary construction that I did was industrial. Now you didn't, if you look back in some of the Great Delete video, I deleted 2 stations that were small because I wanted to build I want to be able to land a Panther clipper on it. So I built a Coriolis here, which is linked to industrial, and I built a T3 here, which is linked to tech. Okay, so whenever you build something in orbit, it will be linked to the planet below, and that will be the what they call the strong link. Let's take a look. They call that the strong link. No, why can't I see it? I can't see it because it's not my system. So this is called, there's a strong link that's linked to the planet, and there's a weak link to the things around the planet, starting from local. So this is high tech. So there'll be a weak link to these, and they'll start to have weak links to everything else around it. This one, the T3 here, will have a strong link to these, and if I built anything next to it, it'll have a weak link next to it. So the strong link will be linked to the station, the planet below. Weak link is everything outside that planet. You need more weak links. If you don't have any strong links, you're going to need a lot of weak links to actually change that economy. So this one is going to be a tech. That's why I call it Dragster Technica. It's going to be a T3 tech station. That's number 7. You need a tech station. Right? Maybe you want to stick with Coriolis. Maybe you want to stick with, not do a T3, because a Coriolis can be done by itself, by yourself in 1 week or so. A T3 will take longer than that, maybe even a month. So stick with that, right? But the 7th thing you need is a tech station. So what are the succession of industries that I actually have in this system? So the first one is refinery. The second one is industrial. The third one is tech. And then agriculture. You don't really need agriculture. You can get your water and food supplies, whatever, from other places. Eventually, if you just add agriculture to, let's say, here in orbit around planets, you'll get a weak link of agriculture. You don't need that much food supply, fruit and vegetables. So you don't have to have a dedicated agricultural station. Okay. So 8 would be agriculture, right? Okay, agriculture. Okay, so let's double back. First thing you do, to review, the first thing you do is get the system data. Make sure the system is something you want to colonize. I have at least 15 or more settlements, or more. I'd say 20 is a good number, or more settlements. Orbital 20, planetary 20. Check out where the flag is. That's not too far from the system sun. So when you come in with your ship, if you're going to deliver it, you're not flying another 5,000 light seconds to drop off the materials. Remember that if you didn't build a military post and you don't have any kind of security, you will get ganked by NPC pirates. What station do I build? If I don't have a good planetary settlement, or I don't have things that I can build, I'll build a small one. It's either commercial or military. Number 4, Coriolis is the primary construction. If you're going to start a system, start with Coriolis. Like, for instance, I'll give you an idea. I've already jumped into the system, and this system has only 3 planets that I can actually colonize. 4, actually. 1 down here. Okay? But let me show you why I chose this. This one has 7 planetary settlements that are capable. The one that I have the Coriolis over has 6 and 1 orbital. This one has 6 also. So I got 3 main planets, 7, 6, 6, right? And this one has 2 that I can actually build settlements in. So I can double the economies of these planets, build surface settlements, right? Double the economies, and I'll have a full, complete hub within this within this system. So I got 7 in the first one here, 7, then 6, then 6, and the flag itself, go back, the flag itself was over the planet with 6, and the planet itself is I think it's a rocky world. I believe it's a rocky world. Okay, but it doesn't matter. So I can build a Coriolis, start building what I need on the planet. Like, for instance, if I'm gonna double, so this is number 9. If I'm gonna double the economies, I'm gonna put refinery and tech together. Refinery and tech. I'm gonna put industrial and extraction together. I'm going to put agriculture and possibly tourism together. And lastly, I'm going to put tech, and tech is going to be all by itself. Not tech, military. Military is going to be all by itself. Okay? Military. Because I want, those settlements are not going to really have, like, if I do military in this, this one will be military. So there'll be a military, and this one will be a smaller outpost, right? And these will be 2 military settlements on the surface to give this system some good security. But before I do that, I got to build a relay, and the relay would best be right there, right next to the sun. So let's double back. Coriolis should be your primary settlement that you initially do, like right there, right? That's a Coriolis. It requires a lot of construction points. Let's see. A lot of, not construction points, construction materials, right? And most of these I've already collected on 2 fleet carriers. Right now there's one already over here. I'm going to put this fleet carrier right next to the system colonization ship, so I can start transporting stuff out, okay, to the system colonization ship. The second thing you need to build is surface refineries that's going to power up that Coriolis, give that Coriolis a refinery economy. Why? Because the refinery materials are the major materials that you need for colonization. So steel, titanium, aluminum, and liquid oxygen. You need those. Those are primary. About 60-70% of the build is going to be those things. So you need those materials. CMM composites are necessary also. So if you're building like this one, we'll have 3 refineries, the first place. And on the surface, I will build also 2 tech 2 tech outposts. So then I could build a medium-sized planetary city. Why do I want a shipyard? So I can do the escape pod method when transporting material. It saves 5 minutes off of your transporting materials from your ship to the planetary surface. Okay, but once I built the outpost and some refineries, I'm going to have the metals that I need for everything else. So the next thing I need to do is build a surface with some tech so I can have the majority of the other things that I need. So the next thing you need to do is either you have to have a surface refinery city, and the next thing you need to do is build a tech station, a tech settlements, so it can give that economy tech. So the Coriolis in orbit and the surface T2 that you build will get refinery and tech economies. You need those two. Those are majority of the equipment that you need to build other settlements. And then after that, I can work on these 2 other planets and build different things. Okay. Agriculture, you can actually build an orbit. You don't even need to have an agricultural station, but I can actually put agriculture somewhere here and build an agricultural outpost. It's not really necessary. You don't need a lot, and usually you can find it around you. There'll be other settlements, like the place I got the beacon from. They have agriculture, and the refinery and industrial and extraction. Those are the remaining materials you need. So, like for instance, heavy-duty equipment, or like if you're gonna do a manufacturing settlement, it's gonna need equipment that you only find in industrial and extraction. I would say T2 or T3s, right? So that's my take on colonization. Just remember that the planet has a strong link with everything in it, on it, and orbiting it. Weak links next to it. So it'll have weak links to whatever I do here and here, but strong links to whatever I do here. So that's why I want to build refinery first, right? And then tech after. So that'll be everything I need to, the most important things, like for instance the wicked microcontrollers. I can never find wicked microcontrollers. So basically that's what I'm gonna do. So I'm here in this system. I want to move I have 2 fleet carriers full of materials that I'm gonna offload. As I'm offloading, I'll probably keep talking and give you guys more insight. But that's the simple version of colonization. Is you're building an economy so you can build the other settlements. The end result is that you have a working economy that has everything that you need to continue colonizing outside the outside this one system. So, for instance, these guys next door, I took from these guys over here, I took their colonization beacon and I found this planet. And why do I want it? Because literally it's, look at all these empty, uncolonized systems. So you can form a hub in this one place, and there are some good places to colonize after that. So you need to have a good hub to bring materials to those other systems around it. Now you might say, well, what about these guys who are colonizing around you? More often than not, they're going to work slower than you. They're going to have maybe just one small settlement there. And so you will, you're going to have to wait a long time to actually get materials from them. So you're going to find yourself traveling outside this area to get materials, right? So if you do have a hub, you can start colonizing other things and doing more, okay? So that's my take. That's a small take on colonization, and if you make a mistake, you can delete. You can delete your actual planets, not planets, settlements. Okay. So I want to move my fleet carrier right next to the system colonization ship, and then just start unloading stuff to the system colonization ship. Why do I want to have it next to it? Well, so I don't have to travel so much or even get ganked by pirates. Okay, so I'm going to bring the system colonization next to the planet, next to I'm going to bring my fleet carrier next to the system colonization ship. Little trick. How many times did I disconnect? Jesus. 1, 2, 3. I dropped 3 times. I was talking and I dropped 3 times. Okay. So if you press on the system colonization ship, your fleet carrier will fly right next to it. So this way you're not flying around the planet, orbiting the planet. You're actually in sync with the fleet carrier. Okay, so that's a little trick that I learned. That's a little trick that I learned, and I think it's a good trick. So what I want to do now is unload. Okay, I want to unload the stuff and bring what I have to the system colonization ship, and then I'm going to go to my other ship, my main account, and I will actually I will start unloading there. So this stream might be a long one. If you have any questions, feel free to ask. But I wanted to give you my insight into colonization because I see a lot of people talking and they're not explaining. But towards the middle of the stream, I'm going to actually repeat what I said, right? And there is a succession of things you got to do. You do need materials. So if you're traveling outside this system 2-3 times, because a Coriolis needs about 70,000 tons of material. So that's at least, if you have one fleet carrier, that's 3 trips. But if you have the materials within the system, what did I do? If you have the materials within the system, you don't have to use your fleet carrier so much. Or you might have maybe you won't have to use your fleet carrier at all. So that's important. Okay? Saving time is important because how much time do you have to spend hauling materials? So I've noticed that Mars was doing Elite Dangerous Week. Last night he did Colonization. I love Mars, but you remember Mars, brand new players have no clue what the hell you're talking about. So sometimes you get off topic, sometimes you lose. So if I'm there trying to find out colonization, I'm gonna write everything down. I actually wrote things down before I was talking to you folks. I wrote things down so I can share those things with people, right? I can share that with people. So this is my way of colonizing. And tourism, he's doing touristic settlements, which I've never picked up anything from a tourist hub. So the gameplay is not to have a tourist hub. Gameplay is to keep colonizing. But be that as it may, he has a different playstyle than I do. So notice that the system colonization ship is 2,236 light seconds away, right? So I might want to build military settlements and some security here, because I'm definitely gonna, once this goes live, I'm definitely gonna have pirates. And I will have 2,200 light seconds from the sun. I might get ganked if I'm not SCOing to the actual why is it going back? Okay, if I'm not supercruising over there, right, supercharging, I'm actually gonna get ganked, right? So I don't want that to happen. I have no shields on this ship, but I do have weapons, but no shields. So I am bringing the fleet carrier closer, so this way I don't have to fly so much. I think I showed this trick a few times to people. What you gotta do is click on the colonization ship and plot your route for the fleet carrier to go there, so that it actually lands right next to the colonization ship. Okay, let's do that. Okay, so going back to what I said, grab the system data and make sure that you have the system mapped out, like you know where all the planets are, everything's there. So you're gonna have to do some exploration. Find out where the flag is. That's my second tip. Find out where the flag is, so that you know exactly where your system colonization ship's going to be. If it's too far out, like 500,000 light seconds out, then maybe you don't want to get that system. You might want to get something else. The first thing I would build is a Coriolis, but if there is not enough planetary or orbital spots that you can build, then commercial or military is what I build. And usually it's military, so I can have military security vessels in the system, so I can be protected from pirates. So Coriolis, the T2, would be customary to build there, if I can. If I can't, then there'll be a military small orbital, right? Oh, wait. Okay, so once the Coriolis is built, because whether I built a small outpost, orbital outpost, or I built a Coriolis, the first primary economy that I need to boost is refinery. So I need to have refinery, because that's the majority of my construction materials that I need for all settlements: steel, aluminum, titanium, and liquid oxygen. Those are the major components of my build, right? Even on this, if I actually look at it, the same, well, titanium's 11,000, steel's 19,000, liquid oxygen 5,000, aluminum 12,000, CMM composites 14,000. So I have to first have the orbital done, the orbital Coriolis, and start the refinery economy, and then I'll build a ground refinery complex. So I'll have both. So then I get my cement composites, my ceramic composites from ground city. Okay? This is great stuff, and there's nobody here. Okay. So the CMM composites and the ceramic composites is the other thing I gotta shoot for. So it's my other target, and I'm gonna do that from a ground city or ground T2 refinery city, right? I want to have enough high tech that I get a shipyard so I can do the escape pod method. And when I'm transporting CMMs to some other location, because I'm not talking about this city, this system, but if I'm transporting next door and I need CMMs, I can do the escape pod method off a fleet carrier, and I can still it'll take me 5 minutes to transport the materials to the fleet carrier, right? Okay. Tech station. The second economy I'm going to shoot for is tech. So if I have a Coriolis that's refinery and a ground refinery now, I'm going to try to add as a second economy tech, or do on a separate location, separate planet tech, so I can get the components I need from that station. I can get that economy rolling, so I can get those things that I need for colonization. Agriculture is not really necessary. You can get that pretty much everywhere. Actually, if you build a orbital agricultural complex, you can get agriculture within your I would say outpost that you already built, like the Coriolis and the ground T2, right? The next economy is industrial and extraction. You need if you're going to build other stations, you need things from the industrial, you need things from the refinery to build other things of the refinery, the extraction. So industrial and extraction is the other economies that I shoot for. So those are kind of towards the end. And so I will have a system with refinery tech, industrial extraction, agricultural, and you can add tourism. They can work together. And lastly, military for security. So you need those things. Okay, so I'm going to keep on going. If I see I get more people, then I'll repeat myself again. But if you're watching this video after the fact, thank you. That makes me feel better. Okay, so my fleet carrier is coming, but it's still 2,000. How far? Still another 4 minutes. No, I'm not gonna make it. So let's go here and wait for the fleet carrier. That's always nice to watch. So my primary, if you guys have some suggestions, I love them. What do you want to see in videos? And if you say Thargoid hunting, I'm going to scream, because you can get plenty of Thargoid hunting from Meccan's video. He loves Thargoids, and so does Vortex Squadron. They love Thargoids too. I like colonization a lot. If you notice, that's pretty much all I do is colonization. Secondarily, I like mining Omicron Capricorn IB. That's a really nice place to mine. But I can't do that forever. Maybe an hour. The next thing I like to do is settlement raids. I'm probably going to do that tonight. Do a settlement raid. But the way you folks the way the interest for the videos, the way it is, interest is more or less in colonization. I get more views on colonization than I do anything else. So I guess people like to watch colonization. I don't know. So I'm gonna watch my fleet carrier come in. How much time do I have? 3 minutes. If you are just watching this after the fact, a rewind, go back to the beginning. I explained my way of colonization. um, the best methods to. Oh, too close. The best methods to colonize. Okay. So that you don't waste your time. You can delete. So if you do make a mistake, it's okay. What the hell? Slow down already. Jesus. I'm too close. I'm gonna be smacked by the damn flea carrier. I think 3 kilometers, 4 kilometers is good enough. So you can delete now, which I am going to do that in one of my systems that I started on my main account, one of my original systems. So I can actually finish off that system and just have it. That's where I have my rings, the ring system, and that's where I go mining. Before I found Capricorn IB. So Elite Dangerous has reduced its price, and I bought unprecedented. I've never seen this before, ever. There's nothing in this world that's actually $2. So I bought Elite Dangerous and Odyssey, the deluxe package, for $2.50. I don't even think, because I'm in China, soda here is about half the price. I don't even think a can of soda is $2.50. A cup of coffee is $5 at Starbucks. No matter where you are in the world, it's still $5, by the way. So I bought another account to do new player. I call it the Dragster's. What did I call it? Man, I don't even know. I forgot. Dragster's Flight School. Not that I know everything. And actually, I make mistakes, but when I'm teaching, and this is going on to real life, because in real life, before I had my own company, I was a partner in a financial planning firm, kind of like Patrick Ben-David. He had a similar kind of firm. I did too. I had a financial planning firm, and I was a partner in that. The managing partner was a good friend of mine. He asked me, "Hey, why don't you come down and work with me, be my partner?" I'm like, "Well, I don't know. I don't know about management," but I did it for 20 years, and here we go. There you are. That's nice. I love watching it come in. Isn't that pretty? And we're right over it. Okay, so what am I getting at? Well, in this firm, we had to do some training and we had to do some teaching. So, over a 20-year period, I trained and developed a lot of people. And I have a knack for teaching. But not teaching kids, teaching adults, right? So, when I actually did this video, first it was a T11. I said, you know what, I did a pretty good job with the T11, giving people pointers and all that. Why don't I just give them pointers from the beginning? So that's why I bought a brand new account, an 8th account. I know that's crazy. You guys were, I took a poll and you said don't do it. Like 75% said you have enough accounts, don't do it. But I don't want to delete any other accounts, right? Because it's a pain in the ass to transfer assets and money. It's too much. So what I decided to do is just get another account and make a tutorial from the beginning, every step of the way, engineering, deep space flight, going to Colonia, all that. Make a tutorial from that account. And that includes going on to deep space and doing exploration, etc., etc., right? So I plan to do that with the 8th account. Okay? The 8th account. I know it's a little bit too much, but I don't plan on using that account too often, only when I'm doing the tutorial, right? Until I get 7 billion and then I can buy a fleet carrier, etc. I can transfer the money over right now, but I don't want to do that. So the next one will be on exobiology, planetary exploration. And that'll be on Sunday. So I'm going to probably end up doing one on Sunday, one on Wednesday, something like that. Like twice a week. So if you're a brand new player and you're watching this now, just if you go to my library, find the videos with Dractor's Flight School. Also look for the live version. You can come into group and you can ask questions. Who am I? Who am I to ask questions? Well, I've played this game almost from the beginning. I have about 10,000 hours of gameplay. So if you know someone has more gameplay than I do, then feel free to go and get help from them. What else am I going to do for you? If you do join my squadron, I have tons of materials to help you help your gameplay. And I think there's about 10 billion on the fleet carrier, so you can do a withdrawal, buy any ship you want, outfit anything you want. So I do give some instructions as to what to do early on for your gameplay to be better. So look for my videos, Dragster's Flight School, and this is tutorials for new gamers in ED. I don't know, maybe you guys had enough of me, but nobody's coming on. So I got 0 viewers. I had 5 come in and out. That's okay. I am on a little vacation. My family went to a city outside Shanghai, and so they decided to see some kind of monastery, kind of ancient Chinese buildings, which nothing is ancient. They tore everything down during the Cultural Revolution, so they probably rebuilt it like a theme park, like Disney. So there's really nothing available. Today, I think Ricardo's supposed to come back, right? That'd be nice. I love Ricardo. And I love watching him. He has a big following. He has a very big following. But he said that he is doing his son's, it's a do-it-yourself thing. Constructing his house or rebuilding it or remodeling it. So that's where he's been at. That's where he's been at. Hawks Gaming put out a video on No Man's Sky, and I text him. Well, not text him. I put a comment that says, why don't you come and do a video for Elite Dangerous? He had some very good tutorials on Elite Dangerous. Very, very good. That's how I got started. It was all about... I watched his videos so I can see which ways are the best ways to make money and get started in Elite Dangerous. And that's kind of like what I'm picking up. I'm actually doing that to help new players have better gameplay without spending a lot of real money. Okay, real money in the game, right? like right now, there's a ton of ships. You can buy Panther Clipper. You can buy all these ships with real money, right? Well, you don't have to, because in game there's plenty of ships that you can buy, but you need to have credits, right? So and you need to outfit them. So how do you do that without having to become frustrated in playing this game? Okay. So we're colonizing. We're going to be colonizing all day. Doesn't matter if I have viewers or not. Doesn't matter if you guys are watching this afterwards. I'm just going to finish emptying these, at least this fleet carrier, before I turn over to my main account and empty out that fleet carrier. But I'm building a Coriolis here, and I have another Coriolis that I have to complete. So let's see what system it's in. It's on the actual bridge, Draxler's Bridge, between Nova Aquila 3 and the Snake Nebula. So, right. So I got one, and I got another one in COL 359 PXI C1020. So I need to. I really hope they decide to change, to give us name changes, because these names are just retarded. I mean, it's a game. We don't even know if these systems in real life have planets around them, right? So we're colonizing systems in a game. So why not be able to change it? I mean, if you change your name to Hot Dog Head or something like that, if you change the name to that, then I would see why Frontier would have a problem with it. But they can make a rule. If you make a profane name, that they get to keep your money, and they change it back to where it was. So, and they won't allow you to rename systems ever again. You'll be banned from doing that. So that should be a good rule. And most of us, 99% of us, are not going to use phallic, symbolic names to name our systems. You know, like I want to name the system that I'm colonizing now Draxler's Rest, right? So my name is on the actual star system. And planets, I want to be able to rename the planets. You know, maybe I want to name them after the explorers, Magellan, Pizarro, etc., etc. So it would be nice to be able to change the names of planets and systems. I mean, they already have personalized names around a lot of planets. Like, there is no astronomical name named Lave, right? There's no Lave. If you go to star charts, real life star charts, there is no Lave. Okay? So it would be nice to be able to do that. Maybe they will eventually, you know. Maybe they will. That'll be really, really nice to have that available. Hi, welcome. If you just joined and you're watching, thank you for watching. I'm doing some colonization. I did do some quick colonization tips. So later on, I will probably repeat myself because I tend to do that. But I'll repeat what I said. What I find is the best way to colonize, the fastest way to colonize, so that you can have a hub that you can continue going, continue to colonize. That's important. So right now I'm building this system, and it's a fantastic actual system. If you look at it, it's really, really good. It has 3 planets, has a 7, 6, and 6. That is phenomenal. So I got 21 planetary settlements with these 2 here. And I think 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14 orbital. So I can build something really sweet here as a hub. Why me? Why build a hub? Most of people that build systems will only build something small, and it'll take them forever. Like, for instance, look at all this. Look at all this around me. Empty space. Up and down. Up, down. You literally have thousands and thousands of stars you can colonize. If I build a hub here, I can have a way to transport materials to those places. So I won't build anything bigger than a medium size or T2. I'm not going to build a T3 planetary or orbital. It takes too many construction points, one, and too long, too much construction material. So I will never do that ever again. So I'm going to try to build a T2 only. Okay, it's easier. Since I'm relatively working by myself, I'm in an area where I don't have many people playing with me, and right now one or two come in and out of the stream. Nobody says hello. Nobody's playing that I know. Corvus is probably sleeping. What time is it? It is but over there it's Saturday night, right? It's 11 o'clock at night. Most people are out. They're doing things. Or they're going to a movie. Who knows? I don't know anything I'd want to watch right now. So you can if you build a hub, which these guys somehow came from, so I don't know where they came from, but I had a location I can actually colonize this. I'm going to build a hub here, and then I'll expand out after that. We'll see. We shall see. So I'm gonna unload all these things. Now what I did was I put my fleet carrier right next to the system colonization ship. And the way to do that is you press on it, and then you press up here. We'll have the fleet carrier destination thing. You press it as location, so actually it orbits in conjunction with the system colonization. It won't orbit with the planet, and I'm gonna have to chase the system colonization. I hate to do that. I hate when it does that. So I target the system colonization ship, and then I press the engage switch to send it there. Location. So let's see. I'm probably didn't even make a dent. I did transport some things, but I didn't make a dent in the. Anyway, 5%. So I got 5% done. I still got a while to go. Check out the video and see what I said. But the first thing, just to make long story short, first thing I do is build a Coriolis. Second thing is build a refinery economy. Then I build some kind of planetary city, a T2, medium-sized city, so I can have CMM composites and ceramic composites. The third thing I do is build a high-tech economy. So this one will have a combo, high-tech and refinery. Okay, so they'll have both. The Coriolis will have high-tech and refinery. Okay, majority materials are going to be refinery, so that's why the refinery economy is first. You need titanium, steel, aluminum, liquid oxygen. They'll come from a refinery economy, so you need that first as an economy. That is your primary thing to build, not a tourist spot, not all sorts of other junk. And somewhat on a supplementary note, you need a military outpost, because you need your system protected. If you're transporting and you have pirates, you're gonna get ganked. And my ship has no shields. But if I have system security vessels, I will have help in fighting off the pirate. Okay. So check out this video. In the beginning, I actually outlined while I was waiting for the jump to happen, I was outlining how I colonize. What I'm trying to do is make it as fast as possible, get things done as fast as possible. Satellites will give you those smaller construction points, and they're the easiest to build. It's like 2,000 construction items, ingredients. A relay, you need a relay station or communication station for military. So you do need to build some satellites. You can build agriculture in space. So agricultural station will give you the water that you need, the food, the fruits and vegetables, right? And some other things, maybe some equipment, agricultural equipment. But agriculture is the last thing I actually build. You know, when you first start doing the colonization, you tried everything. So I started doing extraction, agriculture, which didn't help my construction of any other thing. So that's where I have my first system is all messed up, right? When I finally figured it out, it was too late. So let's see what we're doing now. The planets do affect somewhat. They do affect the economies, right? So if you do have biological flora on the planet, that will give a boost to the agriculture. If you have the geological locations on the planet, that will affect extraction, right? So just be knowledgeable of those things. The planets, not as much, because I did do a tech station around the gas giant. It should have had a tech economy. It didn't give me anything. So I think that doesn't really work as well anymore. Okay. Transportation. Last night I did some mining last night. I finished the video. It should be up in the live archive very soon. I did find some workarounds, right, with spacing and cargo. And the last number that I came up with is I can have 346 tons of cargo. So you can move things around and get 346 tons of cargo. Like, for instance, if you use my mining method, the way you actually aim the MVR so those rocks don't hit you, if you use my mining method, you're not going to take damage, shield or your hull. So what you want to do is, if you don't want to get a shield, then you can get a military grade shield, which would slow the ship down. It slowed the ship down significantly by about 70 meters per second. Now you want to do that because if you're going too fast, you're going to slam against stuff, right? And then your limpets are going to kill themselves once they come out of the hatch because you're going too fast. So you still have to slow down to shoot off a limpet. But if you've seen my videos, and I've done I think 4 already with the mining, if you hit to the side of the rock, the chunks fly off to the right or the left, depending on the side. Okay? So nothing comes flying at you, and so you don't need shields unless you might get ganked. But even then, at 350 thrust, which the ship I did last night had no thrust, had a military grade composite armor. Hey, Tortoise. Yeah, I'm talking about the T11, and last night I actually got 346 plus 8. Yeah, 346 tons as a maximum cargo. But I'm talking about getting rid of the shield and just having military grade composite armor and just mining carefully so that the chunks don't fly at you and give you damage, right? But 346 is not bad. Out mining for CG. Are you using Omicron Capricorn IB? I really love the B1 planet ring. I really love that ring. That's really, really good. That's my favorite spot now. So, see if you can go mining there. That's a good place. Anyway, going back to the cargo. So I took out the shield and got 8 more for cargo space, because the shield was in a class 3 spot. And that gave me 346 tons of cargo, which is not bad. Not bad at all. And so 346 tons of cargo is not bad. I did notice that the limpets die faster, Tortoise. Before the update they had just 2 days ago, they were lasting longer. Before that, you know, some things I noticed because I watch and I haven't timed how long it takes for them to live, but it's supposed to be 12 minutes. They don't last 12 minutes. They don't last 12 minutes, by the way. So, you still have to slow down your ship when firing off a prospector limpet, or else it slams against the hull. But by putting the military grade composite on, and it slows me down to 150 meters per second instead of over 220. So I don't have to lower my landing gear, which is retarded. Okay? Why landing gear and a cargo hatch give you drag in space? There's no atmosphere. In any case, I did get ganked, and I was able to boost over 350. So I got shot at a little bit. I took some damage, but then I boosted out and it was okay. It was okay. My family went to a city outside Shanghai, so to like an ancient place with ancient structures, which I told them they're probably rebuilt, or they did like a Disneyland kind of thing, because in the Cultural Revolution they burned everything down to the ground. So, oh, we're still gonna go. Okay, have fun. You know, I still have problems with my Achilles tendon, so walking is torture right now. So I didn't feel like going with them. So I have all day, and so I'm probably going to stream all day. I'm gonna do a tutorial, like I think at 5 o'clock, and I'm gonna do Settlement Combat around 7:30, because I haven't done that in a while. I need elite and mercenary, and I've been neglecting doing that. So I think I'm gonna do that tonight. So that's my to do today, and they're gonna get back around 9 o'clock at night, something like that. Oh man, that's gonna cut into my streaming. That's not good. Well, let's see what happens. They can always take a taxi home. I'm supposed to pick them up at the train station, but I hate going down to the train station. It's a mess. The streets are not. I guess the train station was constructed years ago, and then they buildings around it so that the streets are retarded. It's like make a right, make a left, make a right, make a left. It's like by the time you get into the train station, you already lost 2 years of your life. Okay. So the one thing, why don't they have like you press a button and you just do all, transfer all. I don't know. Too much pressing. So I have this fleet carrier, and I have my other fleet carrier here to unload. Now, as you are gaining, another thing about colonization, and that's list, what did I say? That's number. I'm writing all these things down, but I'm not writing them down. What did I put it? That's also something you should know. Number 10 to know. The more outposts you have, the more settlements you have, the more you're going to need, the more construction points you're going to need. Like right now, I need approximately 9 construction points to build another Coriolis. You start off with 3, then 5, then 7, then 9, right? So every time you build an outpost, you have to go to the next level of construction points. So I had 12 construction points for the T12, for the T3, for a large one in space. So now I need 9 for Coriolis, and the next one is 11. So that means I have to build 20 settlements. 20, 9 and 11 is 20. 20 settlements to do my last 2 Corioluses. Right? But luckily it's a very large system, so I have orbital things I can build, right? And satellites are not too expensive, so I can build a lot of satellites. Okay? So just note that for every, I would say, outpost that holds population, like a civilian, commercial, military, colony, whatever, T1, T2, T3, for every one that you do, you need, the next one is going to be, you need more materials, more construction points. So now I need 20 construction points to finish the 2 that I want to build in that system, right? So I'm going to finish off these 2 last ones, and then I'll think about what I'm going to do next, right? Because it's not really necessary after I get the tech and the refineries finished and the industrial to do anything else. I already have an agriculture, and I can get refinery equipment from somewhere else. So just remember that whenever you are colonizing, with every T1, T2, T3 you build, you're going to have to go to the next level up. So I built an agriculture, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So for every one, I had to go to the next level up. So I needed 12 for the T3. Now I need 9 for the next Coriolis. And the next Coriolis after that would be 11. That's absolutely insane. So if it's a smaller system, you really can't build anything else. You're done, right? I don't know why they did that. Really, they just should have a set number of what you need to build. Not, you need 10 million construction points to build something. In any case, that's the situation that we're in. That's what we have to deal with. You know. Our devs are cruel taskmasters. But I have a lot of the orbital spots, so I can build a lot of satellites. 20 satellites means about 50,000 construction tons of material, right? Material. So the first one, I'll build the first one on Coriolis, the 9 satellites, then build the Coriolis, then build another 11 satellites, then build the next one. But that's the situation. I might do a touristy spot, a tourist place, maybe. Who knows? But tourist doesn't give you anything material. If it does, if I'm wrong, leave a message in a comment. But I don't think it gives you any points, right? Or any kind of construction materials. I think it gives you some water or food, or I don't know what it gives you. It's supposed to give I guess it's supposed to be happiness for the people. I don't know. So let's see what happens. So the 10th tip or trick is the construction points. I told Megan, man, 58-page dissertation on colonization is too much, man. And look, I can write it all in one page. Colonization, one page. I told him that. I said, dude, just shrink it down to one page. Why do you need such a massive undertaking? It's like Raxla. When you go online and you go to the Raxla forum posts, these guys are writing like 5-page PhD. This is PhD papers on Raxla. And yours truly just wandered off into a system and found Raxla. So people have a habit, especially those highly educated, and I'm a educated person, okay? But they find ways of making things hard, while I try to find ways of making things easy. And why do I do that? Because I don't have the brightest wife. I want to say, if you compare my wife's IQ to a light bulb, she would be one of those small little Christmas lights. Seriously speaking, I have to actually explain to her as simply as possible. Like if I'm talking to a 2-year-old, okay? Maybe it's the language barrier. But my daughter's incredibly intelligent, so she took after her pops. But my wife is as bright as a Christmas light. Seriously. So whenever I speak to her, I 13 years, 14 years later, I'm used to kind of explaining things simply, right? Doing things simply, explaining things simply, so that she would understand what I'm doing or what I'm talking about. That's why I decided to do tutorials, because not everybody's like Mars, and not everybody's like Atlas Gaming. And when Atlas talks, more or less, it's like somebody who already has. He did the construction of his ship on the with using the pre-engineered cargo racks that were from the CG, from the last CG, but most people that join this week are not going to have those cargo racks. So you have to kind of tell them what to do, having that in mind, right? Okay, and there's a lot of things you don't need. Like he said about he would put a second limping controller. I don't need a second limping controller. You just need one. The Mach 2 Universal Limping Controller gives you 14 limpets. At most, you need 10 to collect. That leaves 4 for prospecting. Right? So it's just being a little careful when you're going to mining. When you're mining the asteroid field. You just have to be a little careful. But Tortoise, check out in time how long those limpets actually stay alive. I'm telling you that they are not, their lifespan I think was cut in half. I think their lifespan is cut in half. You left? Are you still here? Looks I have one viewer. I don't know if you're still here. Anyway, check out, leave a comment in the description below. Tell me what, have you noticed that the limpets actually, on the Mach 5 Universal, actually they die quicker. They really die quicker than before. That's what I noticed. Yeah, the limpets on the Mach 5 Universal Controller, I believe that they're dying quicker. I think they actually are less than 12 minutes. I haven't timed them to see how long it takes for them to die, but they were dying a lot quicker than before. You know, like natural death, not slamming against the asteroid. You know, they just died, they timed out. So that bothers me because I know their MO. FDev loves to nerf, so that could be the first nerf. But it seems to me that they die faster, so you might end up needing more limpets in your cargo hold. Because last time, when I first started, I was going out with only 100 out of 300 cargo hold. Now I'm closer to 200, right? So, you know, they'll nerf without saying they nerfed, so that's just FYI. But I do love Omicron Capricorn IB. Man, do I love that ring, B1. It's awesome. It really is awesome. And the 3 things that you need for the CG, and the 3 things that I actually like to mine is painite, osmium, and platinum. Those are, and occasionally you'll get a core asteroid that you can detonate, which is cool. I took a picture last night. I'm going to use it as a thumbnail. I got ragged on by one of you guys. Oh, you're doing the shitty AI pictures, blah, blah, blah. Why don't you take pictures from the game? So I decided to take pictures from the game because it is what people want. But I'm not very good at taking pictures. My daughter, on the other hand, she's awesome at taking pictures. She's very artistic. She's like very, very artistic. Man, she's only 10 years old. I can draw myself, and I did cartoon things, and I did comic book characters when I was 15, 16. But I never developed my artistic talents. But she's fantastic. So, and she really wants to draw. I said, what do you want to do with your life? She says, I want to be an artist, Papa. I said, oh, okay. That's great. That's fantastic. Make sure you marry a rich man because artists don't make any money. I'm going to have to leave her millions so she can be an artist and live off a trust fund. Okay. So I'm still using my fleet carrier to transport. because this system is a little bit further away from my hub, right? But my favorite gameplay, Colonization. My second favorite gameplay is settlement raiding and massacres and assassinations. Then comes exploration and exobiology. I think mining is fourth. It does get boring. And no one was even watching last night. Because I had the mining stream going on. I was still testing. I'm trying to find the perfect fit, right? So I'm still testing to see what would be a good combination in the T11. Even though we have the GIMP Class 5 fighter bay just sitting there, going to be useless. No one is going to use it. I get so frustrated when I think about it. No one's going to use that. No miner is going to use that. If you're a miner, you're not going to use that. And with a good boost, if you have engineering done for thrusters, and you're boosting over last night I was boosting 350 and I didn't engineer my thrusters. And the NPC pirate couldn't catch up with me. So if you have boost past 400, you're going to get away from every NPC. You don't need shields. You don't need weapons. If you know how to mine effectively so those rocks don't hit you, like the last 4 videos I've been showing everybody to do it, hit the side of the asteroid. Don't hit it dead center, it won't come towards you. So the side goes off to the right or the left. Hit the side of the asteroid. And those rocks go to the left or to the right. If you do that, you don't need shields. So that's another 8 tons you can hold in your cargo hold. So I have a Class 2 refinery. I have a detailed surface scanner. Most of the cargo, right, is cargo things, and I do have the pre-engineered cargo racks from the CG. But if you're a brand new player, you can still have 280 tons using my method. Okay? And how do you get your military grade composite armor? By joining a power play, having access to a stronghold carrier from day one. With 50 million credits, you can build a T11 that is exactly what you need for the asteroid field. Okay? Mining field. And you can get 50 million credits easily. I'm going to show that today in my stream at 5 o'clock. You can easily get 50 million doing exobiology. Just 2 or 3 plants you'll get 50 million. Because they'll give you the bonus for first time find. Because you're a brand new player. So I'm going to do exobiology today. I'm just going to recap when I start. I'm going to recap what I did last time. And then do exobiology, get 50 million, then I can buy my type 11. Okay? If it was available for credits, right? I don't want to use any arcs in this tutorials that I do. No arcs. Suffer, Frontier. I'm going to tell all your new players not to buy arcs. Because you guys are not listening to the community. When can we rename planets? When can we rename planets and systems? Tell us. Tell us. We want to know. We want to know now. For God's sakes. What star map in this world, a real star map, has the star system Lave in it? Seriously? It's a game. Give us the option of renaming star systems. Just do the conditions that if we name it with something stupid, some phallic name, you know, okay, then we get banned from being able to rename the star system. We lose our money for that rename, okay, and then the name goes back to the original that it was before. Period. It's that simple. You just make some rules, and people follow the rules, like speeding at speed limit 55 miles an hour. People follow the rules, right? Some people. All right. Very nice. So we'll be finished with, I think, steel. The major stuff is on my ships. I just need to do aluminum. I would actually do mining today, but I saw nobody's really interested in watching me mine. Mining is like watching paint dry, but so is colonization. For some reason, people like to watch colonization more than mining. So I put the fleet carrier right next to the colonization ship. Again, if you didn't see this and you just joined the stream, here's the system map. Here's my colonization ship. When I plotted for the fleet carrier to come here, I pressed the system colonization, and then I pressed up here, there'll be a fleet carrier emblem. I pressed that to plot the course. So this way it lands right next to the system colonization ship. It doesn't orbit around the planet and I have to chase the system colonization ship. Just a little trick I learned. So it's very, very helpful to do that. This way you see that I'm basically just very, very short travel time, 2-3 seconds, and I'm back at the fleet carrier. If it's a larger planet, you might have to do it a few times to get the proper location. You might have to jump a few times, but it's worth it. It's worth being right next to the colonization ship. And it's not by accident that I'm actually here next to it. I actually planned it that way. So this way I'm very close and I can unload my materials. But this Coriolis will be finished probably today, maybe tomorrow. Then I have another one that I got to work on. By Thursday I'll have them finished. And I want to do that because I want them to be active by Thursday so I can start working on their economies. Right? All right. Wonderful. I might not even eat today. I got one of these Burger King sandwiches. Let me see. Can I show it? Boom, boom, boom. Yeah, this is the beef and egg and cheese sandwich on a McMuffin. On a, what is it? Not McMuffin. What do they call those? It's a British thing. On the bread. Anyway, it's pretty cool. It fills you up, so I can actually play for hours without having to move. I can't move anyway. My Achilles tendon is killing me. So I'm kind of like limping through the house. For some reason, God has blessed me with arthritis in both Achilles tendons. And it is quite painful. I don't take any meds. These people don't have medication we have in the States, so I don't take any meds for the pain. And sometimes my brain, it becomes like mashed potatoes from the pain. So that's the situation. So today I decide not to go with my girls and just say I'm going to stay home. It looks like it's going to rain anyway. Anyway, that's my situation. It's good to be young. So if you are younger than 50, enjoy the years. Do as much as you can. Enjoy your time with your family, with your girlfriend, whatever you have. Boyfriend if you're like that, or you're a girl. But enjoy your time, because once you hit 50, for some reason, everything starts falling apart. Unless you're exercising meticulously, you are going to suffer like crazy. So that's the situation. Well, on a good note, you do sleep less. You do sleep a lot less. So if I get 4 hours of sleep a night is a lot. So when Trump says, when people around Trump says he only like sleeps 3 hours or whatever, he's he's like 20 years older than me. So I guess as you get older, you need less sleep. I guess. Don't know. But having arthritis in your Achilles tendon is the worst. It is the worst. It is. I didn't know you can have arthritis in your Achilles tendon. So I do have a lot of free time. I did make a fantastic metal lineup list. I wrote my own songs, punched it into AI, made some killer songs. A couple of them are like 80s style, like 80s heavy metal, death metal, then industrial metal. So like different songs. But I need to clean them up a little bit. The sound is rough. So I need to put it through equalizer, some noise reduction, So I do have some software that I can clean up the sound, so it sounds nicer. And then probably I will publish the metal list. Yeah, that'll be a good thing. So I'll have one that's trance, which I love trance. I love trance music. One that's 80s synth music, like Depeche Mode style. I don't know if you guys you remember Depeche Mode. Maybe I am too old. And then a metal list. I also have an ambient songs, but that'll put you to sleep. If you're playing and listening to that, it will put you to sleep. Okay, so steel is almost done. 11,000 left, but that's about 10 runs. And that's pretty fast. I do love Omicron Capricorni, man. I know you're there, Tortoise. I love that system. I really do. And so does everybody else. It's surrounded. Literally, there's fleet carriers everywhere. You can't even get close. So if you're looking at the list of what you need, notice that titanium's 11,000. If you look at steel, it's 19,000. CMM composites 14,000. Even liquid oxygen that comes from a refinery, that's 5,000. And aluminum 12,000. So all this comes from a refinery economy. Majority of the materials you need come from a refinery economy. So logically, the first thing you should build is a refinery, right? Or a refinery station. Logically, right? And then after that, tech. That's hard. Microcontrollers are probably the one that evades me all the time. I have to find a station that has microcontrollers and leave it on my fleet carrier for storage, because that's the worst one to find. It's a high-tech component, but I guess you need a T3 and you need a lot of strong links to it to get microcontrollers. Because I did build high-tech settlements, but they don't give me any microcontrollers, so I have to fly 80 light years away to get microcontrollers. Oh yeah. So I told my wife I want the clothes rack out of the room. It's right here too. You see the black to the right of the screen? That was the screen that I had, that I was originally put behind my chair, so you guys don't see the closet that I live in, or my man cave. So I said I want my man cave, so I want to make this room completely my man cave. So please move out the coat rack, because she stores things. I know women love to just store everything. They don't throw anything out. She has clothes from 10 years ago that she will never be able to put on because she's fatter now, right? And she's keeping the clothes. For who are you keeping the clothes for? You're never going to be, oh, maybe I'll lose weight. No, you're never going to lose the weight. Never. Just forget it. Those were great old days when you were size 2. Forget about it. Move on. You'll never be a size. You're a size 16 now. 16 to 2 doesn't, she's not that big, but I'm saying, I'm exaggerating. She hates when I exaggerate. She thinks I'm telling the truth. I don't know, but Chinese people I don't think they have a sense of humor. My wife does not have a sense of humor. She does not. I make jokes, or I over-exaggerate. I literally over-exaggerate. And she thinks I'm telling the truth. I was making a joke, over exaggerating. She thinks I'm telling the truth. So they don't do jokes very well. Maybe it's the language barrier. Maybe they do jokes in Chinese, but they don't understand jokes in English. All right, almost done. So this character is called Anjiro. Anjiro is a name of a samurai. He was a Christian samurai. Yeah, I think he was the first Christian samurai. But he was a Christian samurai, which is like an oxymoron. You can't be a samurai and be a Christian, because then how about taking your own life because you've been dishonored? So, can't kill yourself. It's anti-Christian. Anyway, I need a name, so I figured I'd do some kind of samurai name. And Anjiro has a system also. That's going to be the second hub I have towards the Nova Aquila 3 area. That area needs help too. They just built a few stations and they moved on, so they're headed towards Colonia. But between Snakehead, Snake Nebula, and that area, there's thousands and thousands of star systems. and literally you have to fly back to the hub to get materials, because there are no hubs. All right, the bubble. You have to fly back to the bubble to get materials. Okay, like while I'm landing, I could show you this system, because I haven't looked at it in a long time. I haven't done anything to it. So let me see where I put it. I think it's here. Yeah, DV26. Let me see. Yeah, so I kind of took a... No, that's not it. No, that's not it. No. Let me see. I think I have construction going on. Yeah, there. No. Was this it? No. I don't know. I put it. Is this it? No. This one? No. Oh, here. This one. Okay, that's the one. Yeah. So just to give you an idea what I did with this system, it's right next to the... It's right next to the neutron star. So the first place... Oh my, I haven't done anything with it. Oh yeah, I haven't done anything with it. Look at that, 0 construction. Not good. So I built a... does this have refineries on it? Man, I need to do some work. These are refineries. Yeah, these are refineries. That's why it has this emblem. Okay, so I need to work on this system also. So the first station I built, it was around this this ring system here, ring planet, and I named it the Tokugawa Shogunate. Tokugawa Shogunate. How about that for a name, right? And this one is... It has high-tech link, right? High-tech. So I need to build more high-tech here. So this way... so I try to find Asian names like Lamb Hub, right? Lamb Hub. What else is here? In any case, this is going to be high-tech, this is going to be refinery, and I'm going to build probably another Coriolis that's going to be industrial and extraction. Probably one of these areas. I don't have any 3s. Like here is what? This is high-tech, I think. Let's see. I do believe this is high-tech. What did I build here? Oh, this is industrial. Let me see. Rename. Yeah, this is industrial. I can tell by this sign, right? So these are 2 industrial. So this one would have to be an industrial industrial construction, Coriolis. So that means I need an industrial, and I need now what's this? Man, I did a lot of construction here. I even forgot what I did. Well, I built 2 things here. These are extraction, probably. Munitions. Command. Okay, so these are military outposts. Okay. In any case, this is another area, and that's the first thing I built was the Tokugawa Shogunate, right? That was the first thing I built. So I'm starting a refinery here. Here there'll be an industrial, and then maybe a smaller military outpost here, because this is military, right? But I have to build when I don't have any spots except here, maybe I'll build extraction here in these two areas. I don't even know how these rings are. I haven't actually scanned these rings to know what they have for material. I don't have the information. So probably has pristine reserves, but I didn't scan it. Okay, so that's the other location on the other hub, right next to Nova Aquila 3. And so there'll be two hubs within a 300 light year of each other, and then I'll build one in the middle so people can actually colonize all these systems between that, because there's thousands of systems. And if you have a place that you can go to grab the colonization beacon, that's a good thing, right? The house is terribly silent. It's so good when they're gone. You know, my daughter knows Chinese and English, right? That's one of the main reasons I stayed in China so long, because we were just going to stay until she finished kindergarten and then come back home. But then my software business started taking off and started doing better just before COVID. And then I said, let's stay a little bit longer. So now I want to leave. I want to come home. Texas. Don't mess with Texas. What am I doing? I gotta get something to drink. Let me dock and then I'll get something to drink. Hey Tortoise, have you noticed? Is it the time that they die, is it shorter? They naturally die, not slam against a rock. Because I've noticed it's shorter. So, what do you think? Give me your opinion. 1 second, I'm gonna go AFK. Yeah, I'm okay. I get your point. Yeah, I noticed that after the update, they were dying quicker. So I don't think people are going to be too happy about that. But you still get 14 limpets and just add more to your cargo hold, so that doesn't really matter. 14 limpets is a lot. Within an hour, you can more or less fill up a cargo hold. So if you do no core mining, you just do surface mining, you're golden. At that point, if you do no core mining, you just need one MVR. So last night I went on the forums, and this guy said, yeah, I bought my mining a volley repeater, and I put it on my Imperial cutter. I said, what? How? Unless you cheated. Okay? Unless, they have these cheat codes or whatever, you can go around the game. But like I said, how? Because it's specific for the T11. It's not made for any other ship. Even though there's nothing in the description, when you go and buy it, if you're in, like I'm in my Panther Clipper, I can't buy the MVR for my Panther Clipper. It doesn't show up on the list. Okay? So I don't know what the hell he was talking about. But you shouldn't give yourself away if you're using cheat codes or whatever and say, oh, I bought it from my Imperial Cutter. I'm using it on my... What? So there's only one way that happens is if you're using a cheat code. And he put it on a forum. So if there's a moderator, I'm like, what? And he's going to get banned. Right? But there's no way to get the mining volley repeater for any other ship. It's exclusive to the Type 11. Alright, and I don't know if there's cheat codes for that. Don't use cheat codes, because if they catch you, you'll get banned from the game. But it's not that bad. The MVR on the T11, if you can get 346 tons of cargo like I did, it's not too bad, right? When you're doing surface mining and that's all you're doing, it gets boring after a while. So we're an hour and a half into the asteroid field and I'm already bored to death. You guys are too. Yesterday nobody showed up to the stream. So I was doing mining and like I was talking to myself. Okay, so I got halfway through my stream. I got a couple people here. I had 14 views. Alright, so let's talk about colonization. The list. Number one thing you should do, and this is the one pager, not 58-page dissertation, Meccan. The first thing you should do is get the system data, right? Make sure that you have the place you want to colonize has been explored, and you have that system data. Second thing I do is find out where the flag is. Where is the flag in the system? If it's in a bad location, I might not want to get that system, right? So find out where the flag is. Is it above a planet with at least 3, maybe 4, minimum 2 settlements you can put on it, and at least 2 in orbit, right? If it's smaller, and I still want that system, I usually build a small outpost, orbital outpost, usually military or commercial. Recently, I've been starting with military, not commercial, because I'm not going to build anything bigger than a small outpost for military. And then I want to have the security there first, because as soon as I build something else, pirates are going to show up and they're going to gank me, and I hate that crap. So I usually start with military. The second option is commercial. You gotta, if that's not the option, you got good size. You got a good size planet, and the actual flag is in a good location. Then build a Coriolis. Don't do anything smaller. Build a Coriolis first. You don't need any construction points for that first construct. Even a T3 is better than a Coriolis. But if you're flying solo, like mostly I do, I don't want to build a T3. So Coriolis is good enough. So it doesn't require any, the first initial construction doesn't require any construction points. So you can do a T3, you can do a T2, or even a smaller one, right? The first economy you should kickstart in that system is a refinery. A refinery, right? Because the majority of the materials that you need are going to be aluminum, titanium, steel, CMM composites, and liquid oxygen. But CMM composites you only can get on surface construction. So the first thing you do, if you have a Coriolis, is start building surface refineries to give that economy, that Coriolis an economy. And the first economy you should shoot for is refinery, because you're looking for materials, right? You want those materials, which is most of the construction. That's most of the materials you need. If you have enough space that you can build surface refineries, build a T2 also on the surface. Okay, build a T2 on the surface. And then that will pick up the refinery economy. Like in this system, I actually have, and I'll show you 1 second as soon as it stops. I actually have a plan with 6 spots, 7 spots, so I can have multiple economies, right? And they can fuel both T2s, the Coriolis and a smaller mid-sized city on the surface. Why do I keep doing that? Okay, so this system, right? Like, I'll tell you what I'm doing on this one. I'm building the Coriolis here. And so the refineries, I'm going to build 2 refineries first. A T2 second. Then 2 tech outposts or settlements third. So this way, both the Coriolis in space and the T2 on the surface will have tech and refinery as economies. Then I could expand out to these other 2 next to it. These other 2 next to it, right? I can expand out to this one and this one. They will have a strong link. Both of them will have a strong link because the settlements will fuel the Coriolis in space and the T2 on the surface. They'll have a weak link to anything other than the ones that they have in the planetary system, right? So after I build the tech, industrial and extraction will be the next economies that I'm going to shoot for. Agriculture and tourism will be the last, or agriculture and military will be the last. Okay, I don't shoot for tourism because tourism doesn't give you anything. It just doesn't. Maybe happiness, but I don't see happiness as helping at all. I don't see how they're using the happiness. I don't know what it does. So I haven't built a tourist settlement at all. Okay. You can double up on economies, right? The economies I'm going to double up on in this system will be refinery tech, industrial extraction, agriculture and tourism, and the military will be by itself. It'll only have a small outpost, so it won't be able to do more than one economy and be helpful. Be mindful of the construction points. The more outposts you build, the more points you need. Like right now, I need a 3. After this Coriolis, I'll need a 3 to build another Coriolis. The next one will be 5, then there'll be 7, then there'll be 9, then there'll be 11. Small construction points, right? For the larger ones, you need, I think, 5 first or 7 first. But if you're building more Coriolises, like my first T3 in orbit, I need 12 construction points. 12, one of those big, larger green construction points, right? So be mindful of that the more you build, the more construction points you need. You could run out very quickly, so you have to plan for that. You can delete any time, so that's a good thing. Even before you start transporting any materials, you can delete things that you built already. You starting to build, right? You made a mistake. You didn't like the position. You didn't like the place that it's in. You can delete it. By Thursday, it will be gone. Okay. All right. All in one page. All in one page. There you go, Megan. Not 58 pages, one page. One page. I challenged him one day. I said, dude, why can't you just do one page on, like 5 or 6 pages? But 58 pages? I was falling asleep by the 3rd page. I haven't actually, I should scan the rings and see what it has, if it has any hotspots. See if this is a useful system. I do have my other system that I was getting materials from. It has a few hotspots, but no overlaps. Not like Omicron Capricorn IB. That is a great system. So you get help from people, like Atlas is very helpful. I consider him a friend. He's a great guy. He makes great tutorials. So you should have him on your roster. If you're just starting the game, you should put him in your list of people to listen to actually watch. There's another gentleman who makes some nice videos, and he does some great tutorials. Let me see if I can. I'm older now, so I forget things. The Burr Pit is another one you should have on your list of people you should watch. Okay, Burr Pit. Ricardo Gaming, he's fantastic. When he streams, he said he was going to stream today. That would be awesome because I miss that guy. Let's see. There, Battle Vortex, Commander Furion's squadron. He likes to do Thargoid hunting. That's Commander Mechan is Thargoids, right? He likes to do Thargoids. Commander Exorcist, he does great videos, man. He actually is great at taking pictures. Okay. Of course, me. You can watch my stuff. I don't always do tutorials. I do a lot of gameplay, and I do give sound advice. There is one more, but I can't find him on my list. That's right, Mile 13 Gaming. He does great tutorials. Again, Mile 13 Gaming. He does some really, really good tutorials. Him and Atlas Gaming, they both do great tutorials. So if you're a brand new player, you should have all these people on your roster, in your subscriptions, so you can, when they do have something, you can get some pointers. At first, when you're a brand new player, even now, like I'll watch Mile 13 and I'm like, whoa, that's a good, like he did this. Check this out. He bombed the crystals from above, right? Oh no, the opposite. He got out of his SRV, shot the crystals, right? So that he did a different kind of gameplay. He shot at the crystals with his gun, got back in his SRV, and then pick up picked up all the materials from the ground with his SRV. I thought that was pretty cool. I never thought about getting out of my SRV and shooting the crystals out in HRP 36601. Or is it 33601? I don't know. I think it's 366 HIP 36601. There's some crystal formations there that you can pick up materials from. So if you need materials for your upgrading, to upgrade your ships, that's a place to go. In any case, that was new gameplay. If I watched him for a little, I was like, man, I didn't think of that. That's more fun. Actually, I'd like to get out and shoot these damn things, and then okay, I'll pick up the materials with my SRV, or shoot them from above, and let limpets pick it up. But I don't know if you can do that. The last time Atlas tried it, we weren't able to pick up the materials from the ground. The limpets died. So there are plenty of commanders that actually do. Like when I first started, I had Commander Exigius. He was doing videos all the time, and his stuff was kick-ass. He's very methodical, A, B, C, D, bullet point kind of thing, right? It was fantastic. Another one was Down to Earth Economy, but now he's doing astronomy. He's not doing any more Elite Dangerous. Hawks Gaming. Hawk just did a No Man's Sky video, and I told him, why don't you come over here, man? We'll do some Elite Dangerous. And he just did a smiley emoji. So I don't know why he quit the game. Any case, so there are various people you can get your information from. You don't necessarily have to get it from me. Matter of fact, watching everybody actually will be helpful. You get different points of views, right? Like Atlas says you should have 2 Olympic controllers. I think you should only have 1. So everybody has a different point of view. Alright, we're still moving materials. Man, I need to work on that hub. The samurai naming hub, the place. I need to work on that. I really need to work on that. So after I finish the main place, which I would love to name the system, because I've put so much work in it. I'd love to rename the system from Pipestem SU-0 B6-1 to maybe Dragster's Hope or Dragster's Rest. You know, my own name. And then have to name the planets. That would be nice too. And yes, I would buy the name. I would buy them with ARCs. They would make money from it, and I don't mind spending the money if I can personalize the name. I don't mind it at all, right? Maybe you mind it, but I don't mind it. It's just part of gameplay. I'm drinking Chinese Sprite. This is what it looks like. Let's see, can I put in a camera? Is this advertisement? We can't read it anyway. This is Chinese Sprite. Chinese Sprite, that's right. These people love the American culture. Oh my God, they're so crazy for it. They hate everything. They hate Chinese culture, believe it or not. I'm not saying everybody, but like there's some Chinese people that just don't eat Chinese food at all. They just want everything to be foreign food. They won't even touch Chinese food. Believe it or not, I don't know why. It's pretty good. I cook Chinese food. I actually have 2 woks. Since my wife doesn't cook at all, I don't know how I did it. How I married a woman that doesn't like to cook, or doesn't know how to cook. Not that you're supposed to, if you're a woman, know how to cook, but usually, traditionally, women usually are the ones that cook. But men are better at cooking anyway. I believe, not being male chauvinistic, but it's truth. I mean, my daughter won't eat anything outside. Like when they go out, she finds it very hard to eat at restaurants. Very hard. She only loves to eat my food. So everything I make, she just enjoys. And I actually am very good. I have, I think, how many spices did I use? I have a 20 spice rack, right? And that's all it is. It's just, I'll basically cook like a normal Chinese person, but I just add different combinations of spices, so it makes the food taste fantastic. Where if you go to restaurants, it's pretty bland. It's okay. But if I do this and I do that, then the food comes out different. So I experiment a little bit. And they love it. Alright. So far the stream has not crashed, which is a great thing. That's fantastic. Maybe I spoke too soon. But I've gone 2 hours without crashing. I'm so happy about that. So notice I 19,000 tons. That's how much steel was needed for this Coriolis, right? Then I need 11,000 titanium, 5,000 liquid oxygen, 14,000 CMM composites, 11,000 aluminum. So all of these are refinery materials. All of them, right? The rest of the stuff you can fit within 2 Panther clippers. So you need the first economy to be refinery, right? Okay, lock. Come on. So on the stream you learned a few things. Hopefully you learned where to park your fleet carrier if you're still using that for transport. I don't prefer the fleet carrier, but it's a necessity when you're out in the black. If you don't have any hubs nearby. But as soon as I empty out this fleet carrier, I want to see what the next door neighbor has for materials. And see what else I can transport before I take a break and maybe take a nap or something. 'Cause I've been going, I'm going on 2 hours, 24 minutes. All right. I am recruiting, so if you do not have a squadron, I invite you to join mine. Why would you want to? Well, I'm a seasoned player. I've been playing for more than 7 years. I got about 10,000 hours of gameplay. I have everything under the sun for materials, so I don't need much. So if I'm going to play the game and get materials, it'll be mainly to help you out. So if you're joining my guild, it'll be for that. It'll be to get help in playing the game. You always needed someone to help you in the beginning. At least in every game that I've been in, I always had the mentor. In any case, I'm a great bill leader. I have 10 billion in the bank of my ship, of my fleet carrier. So if you need cash, you'll have access to the whole 10 billion if you want. Even if you don't have a fleet carrier, we'll get you one. Okay. I have more than 100 billion over 7 accounts, so I'm not really worried about a little bit of money. And if I need it, I can go out to California and mine for credits. Kill Thargoids. It's been a while anyway, so I'm long overdue, so I need to sharpen up my skills in combat. So that would be a good place to start, and then I'll do some pirate missions. Leave my federal corvette out in the AFK and out in the res zone, and then get bounties. So usually when I do that, I get 50 to 75 million off of that. I leave that overnight, and then in about a week I can get $1 billion out in California. So there are ways to make money in this game. You don't have to worry about money. You actually don't. After you get your fleet carrier, the squadron carrier, you get all your ships, you don't actually need credits. So I have on my main account about 21 billion, and each of these accounts have anywhere between 4 to 7 billion. So it's about 100 billion credits, right? I haven't mined for credits in a long time. But why is that important? Because you're coming in the game, so let's say I don't want you to spend money on arcs. There's no need. There's plenty of ships in the game for you not to waste your money on arcs. Okay? What if you want the Type 11? Okay, buy it. It's okay. But you don't have to get the galactic version. You can get the standard and outfit your ship. Which is a video I made, and I find it necessary to say that because the galactic version is unnecessary. I mean, okay, you have neon lights running across the ship. In normal life, you would not have neon lights on a mining ship that's unarmed and is full of ore that you need to go sell. It's telling the pirates, hey, here I am, come kill me. To have neon lights on the ship. Put neon lights on the Panther Clipper, but why put neon lights on a mining ship? So it tells me that these people don't actually play the game. Why they did that, I don't know. But I can put the neon lights, and let's say on the if it's available. I don't know. I'm not sure if it's available on any other ship. I haven't experimented to see if it's available on any other ship. It's available on a T11, but I don't know if it's available on any other ship. It would look nice if it was maybe on a Corsair, because the Corsair is a beautiful ship, and with neon lights, you become like a pimp. If it's chromed out neon lights, you're pimping, man. So anyway, so you'll have a good tutorial there on the T11. So if you're a brand new player, I will take you out. I'll help you. I've helped Corvus out, but I want to do more. So next time Corvus is on, maybe we can do some things together. Because he's back in the bubble. He was out in the black exploring. He made $4 billion in exploration data. Can you imagine that? All right. So that's a great thing. 4 billion exploration data. Imagine that. Okay. So we're almost done with steel. That was the biggest one needing materials. It was 19,000 tons of steel. Oh, that's cool. The sun came out. I was thinking it's going to rain today. Okay. I parked the fleet carrier real close. So this way I can just take a few seconds to transport between fleet carrier and the colonization ship. Going back to getting a squadron. So if you want to join, the call sign is DRKK. The squadron is drag D.R.A.K. which is an acronym for the division for reconnaissance, assault, and kills. Okay, don't hate me, but I couldn't come up with another name. Drak is an old Carpathian name for dragon, and our emblem, our squadron emblem, is the dragon, a golden dragon surrounded by a white halo. So if you do need a squadron, feel free to join us. We would love to have you. I play all the time. Like right now in Shanghai, it's 12:39 p.m. In England, UTC, it should be 8:39, so you guys are just waking up. In the States, it's 12:39 at night. In New York, and 9:39 at night in LA. My hometown. Like they say here, hometown. They say, where's your hometown? Los Angeles. My hometown is Los Angeles. Alright. So, more cargo. Almost finished with this. Almost finished. I want to see what they have next door. If they have aluminum, I could see how fast I can transport aluminum. But when you're doing jumps, there are hazards. Pirates being one of them when jumping between systems. So out here in the black, I tend to not use the ship to transport. And I could see in the bubble why you transport between locations, but out in the black, fleet carrier's king. All right. Look at that, almost done. I just have like maybe 3 more after this to do, and then I'm done. Like 3? Yeah, about 3. So like I said, I started an 8th account, even though people watching voted for me not to start the 8th account, but I thought it'd be useful if I do videos for brand new players, and I can do individually what I would do from day one to get my ships, outfit them, engineer them, do some engineering also, right? Go out into the black, go to Colonia, right? And then I was thinking that eventually to get a fleet carrier and then go and prospect out in the black, like take it exploring. So I would have the fleet carrier follow the ship around. Like I'd do 500 light years, and then I'd have the fleet carrier meet me at a new location, and I would park that till the next time. That would be a good way to do that. But I need about 7 billion. I have the money, but I want the new account to do that on its own. So how do I get that 7 billion to get that fleet carrier, right? I don't like to, like I did pirate hunting the other day, bounty hunting, pirate bounty hunting. And it was difficult to do the stream and try to fight at the same time. I lacked concentration, so I wasn't very good. I really wasn't very good. And also I haven't bounty hunted or gone after pirates in a long time, so even though I got a couple of million off the deal, it wasn't pleasant. I didn't like it. So ground combat is different though. I can do that anytime, but space combat is not two-dimensional. It's you couldn't resist. Yeah. But I find it very difficult now to play and not stream at the same time, Tortoise. It's like I have to have a stream. I have to talk to you guys while I'm playing. But I did do bounty hunting, but it was difficult. It was maybe it was the ship. I couldn't aim right. I wasn't used to the Corsair. I'm used to this massive Panther Clipper flying this baby. Even when I get in a smaller ship, I have a hard time navigating now. Because I've been doing for how many months now? How many months has Colonization been out? You know, we're not doing Thargoids anymore. I miss the Titans. I really do. That was nice. Titan bombing. Okay, 3 more runs and I think I'm done. That's a nice thing. So one fleet carrier is about 25% of what I need. That means that I need to do 4 trips. So I have another one in orbit. I really like ground combat. That's my thing, you know. They made the tutorial, the first quest. I think they made it harder. They had 2 ships land, and there was more than 12 combatants that I had to fight, and I didn't have that many before. I think only 1 ship landed, not 2. I don't remember the last account I picked up, number 7. If they actually had 2 ships land in that first initial tutorial. I don't know if you remember, Tortoise, how many ships landed, but I don't remember there being 2, and there were more than 10 combatants, 12 combatants. It was hairy, but I didn't die, of course. It was fun. I mean, I took on 40 something combatants in one war zone. It was a level 3 war zone. And I died initially when I first landed. I died, and then I got transported back in. All my guys died, so I was like, "What the hell? I'm the only one left." So I actually was the only one left, and they had tons of enemies coming to attack the. That was legendary, man. I wish I could have recorded that. That was legendary. That was the best time I've had in Elite Dangerous Odyssey ever. I mean, they kept on dropping enemies, and I'm surrounded. I'm everywhere you go. There was a combatant, and I had to take him out. So I was using missiles. I was using everything, man. I was knocking these guys out, and then guess who won? Of course, I won. Of course. You know, I'm smarter than Elite Dangerous's AI. But it was awesome. I wish I could have videotaped that. That was really, really good. But this time around, when I did the tutorial, 2 ships dropped instead of 1. I only remember 1 dropping. You killed the 6, kind of bland kind of combat. Then you're off to Chamberlain's Rest, and your initial flight training. But I didn't do the flight training. If you're new, you can do your own flight training, and you can do the training anytime. You can actually do. You can go into the menu when you first log on and do the training anytime. So I decided to move on, and I did some courier missions. I got enough to buy a Maverick suit. I got enough to buy an Artemis suit, and to buy the DSS for the ship, so I can do some scanning and get some exploration done. So the next video will be exploration. So I got a new account for that reason. But I want to do it without buying arcs. If I get arcs from them, that's different. So if I get the 400 that they give you every week, that's different. Right? But I'm going to try to do it without buying arcs, because there's no need to buy ships with arcs when they're going to come out in like the Panther Clipper in about a month or 2 will be in the shipyard for sale. So why do I need to buy with arcs, right? So I'm going to try to do it like that, so new players don't feel compelled that they have to spend more money than the $2.50 they spend buying the game. Okay? Stop fleecing people, especially new players. I'm sure that you come on, you spend 100 in arcs to buy this ship and that ship, and then all of a sudden now you have no money. You spent 100, now you spend another 100. So that's what they're counting on. Then these guys go on the forum and say, "Man, this game's expensive." No, it's not. It only costs $2.50. You don't need to spend arcs to buy anything. You'll have the T11 in the shipyard in 2 months or so. It'll be available in 2 months, just like the Corsair, just like the T8, just like the Python Mach 2, just like the Cobra Mach 5. All these ships were available eventually in shipyard for credits. But I don't have the credits. Then join my guild. I have 10 billion. You can buy all the ships. You can buy 5 of each. Okay? Or you can go and work for it, which is if you do a little bit of exobiology, you can get enough money to buy most of the ships. So I'm going to buy a T8, and I'm going to buy the Cobra Mark 5. Those are the 2 ships I'm going to buy with credits. So I'm going to do the exobiology so I can buy credit. I can buy those ships with credits. Something you should do also, right? Don't spend your money on ARCs. I know you're a new player. Don't do it. But I want the T11. It looks so... You wait a couple of months, and you'll have access to it. There's plenty of other ships. I really love the Cobra Mark 5. It's available for sale in the shipyard. You can buy the T8 and make that into a mining ship. You don't need a T11. So there's things you can do without spending your money on ARCs. I know they're not going to like this. I know FDev is not going to like this, but you guys have plenty of ways to making money, like a DLC, a new DLC. How many DLCs has No Man's Sky popped out? How many have you? Seriously speaking, you got the myth of Raxla. I would create 5 DLCs around the myth of Raxla. Seriously, man. You guys could make a ton of money. Instead of the 58 billion pounds you've made off this game, it could be 250 million pounds. How does Starfield make $1 billion off that garbage, and you guys can't make $1 billion off of this sweet game? I don't understand that. Makes no sense to me. Okay? Starfield is utter garbage. They said they spent 10 years building. I don't think they spent 10 days. It's cut and paste kind of crap. So you can, if you have DLCs, you guys can make tons of money. You don't need to fleece people in the ARC store. And as a new player, you should know that. You don't need to buy the ships in the ARC store. You can just wait for it to come out. It'll come out. And this is early. That's why they call the launch of the ship early access. You have early access to it by spending ARCs. That's just a thought, right? You don't need to do what I say. But the new account that I have, I'm going to try to keep it away from purchasing any ARCs. I want to be like a new player that just spent $2.50 for the deluxe version of Elite Dangerous and Odyssey. $2.50. $2.50. The price of a can of Coke. I think it's $2.50. This is a bottle of Coke. I don't know. Prices are different here in Shanghai. China. Almost done. I think I got 2 runs left. And then this fleet carrier is empty. Oh, goodness. Tortoise, you still mining? The CG is not that tantalizing. It's just money. They're giving you money for mining and bringing in. But they do give you a little bit above average, pay for your platinum, which is cool. But if they had, like what they did before with cargo racks, or you can get a non-bound mining volley repeater, so you can put it on any ship, then you'd see 40,000 people trying to do the community goal. So let's see. I'm curious to see what the next community goal is. Hopefully they can think of new ways, but just credits and that extra percentage. What if you don't want to put the mining bonus in on your squadron carrier? Right? What if you don't want to put the mining bonus on your squadron carrier? Then what? Going to fit out T8 for mining. Yeah, I think that's a good deal. When I get more credits on the 8th account, then I'll do the same thing. Have that for mining. And then the first thing I'm going to buy is a hauler. When I actually entered that Raxla system, it was with a hauler, and I had a maximum jump of 9. And I didn't fix the map. Remember, I was brand new. I didn't fix the map, so I was local jumping. So I was doing anywhere between 2-3 light year jumps to 6-7 light year jumps. I wasn't really. I was looking at the list, Road to Riches, and I said, why does this say 3 jumps and I'm doing 6 jumps? I didn't understand why. That was like, I was confused. Why the Road to Riches said 3 jumps and I was doing 6 jumps. So I didn't know how to manipulate the map, right? And get a better jump range. So I was doing between 3 to 7 light year jumps. And that's why I said, I was doing local jumps. That's why I said I think I ended up in this system and I found Raxla. But you can choose to believe me. You can choose not to believe me. I don't really care. I was there. And eventually someone will find it. Eventually. It's inevitable with colonization. But it'll be a nothing burger. There's nothing there. Except they threaten to blow you out of the sky. You know, they haven't developed that storyline. They haven't done anything with it, which is retarded. They should just have a DLC with Raxla and like 5 updates. I mean, wouldn't you pay $20 just to get that? Or $30, $50, doesn't matter. I would love to have that in this game. You know, maybe a portal that transports you different parts of the galaxy. So now you form hubs around those parts where the portal is, right? Portal exit. I think that would be cool. That would be very, very cool. You can finally get to Beagle Point. And you can do it through the Raxla port, Starport. That would be very, very cool. But they got storyline. They're not, and people want stories. So a good group of people that buy the Starfields, that buy the Cyberpunks, that buy role-playing game type games. They want storyline. They want progression. I want loot. Like I want the black sword from Mandalorian. I really want that sword. I want to swing that sword around. That if they don't have T-Mobile Galactic, I'm going to chop their heads off. Right? Yeah, my thing is to roleplay going into a settlement and trying to get people to buy the new phone plan, T-Mobile Galactic, with the iPhone 3300. Okay, one more run of steel and I'm done here. I might get, might try to do aluminum or titanium. Maybe titanium at a nearby station. I think it's one jump away. It might have titanium. I don't know. I really want junkyards where I can go get manufacturing junk, usually found in space, just floating there. Why can people salvage those and put them up for sale in junkyards? Encoded materials. Instead of being out in the black, you go to like a black market and get encoded materials. So I don't have to go and prospect them. I can just go get you, but you don't really need to do that, because if you're doing the power play like I said in the first tutorial, then you're gonna get care packages, and those care packages have a lot of the things you need. What the hell, man? Why am I in the gravity well? So those care packages, a lot of things you need. If you're past 100, right? If you're past 100, you're gonna actually get 100 per care package. So below 100 you get 50. You get minor ones. Over 100 you get the 100 ingredients per care package, and that's a lot. I got 230, so level 240 something on my main tune. So I estimated I have maybe 100 and what was it? Oh, like 15,000, 14,000 materials. I could never use that many. I'm already done. I'm full. It would be nice to be able to take that out of the care package and put that into the fleet carrier, the squadron carrier. The Odyssey materials I did put into the squadron carrier, so majority of the materials I put there, it's no brainer. I have thousands of them, but I'm thankful that they can store those in the squadron carrier, so like Corvus can use that to upgrade his suit. That's great. All right, last run for this, and then I'm going to see about if I can get titanium for the nearby station that's next door, so this way I don't have to fly back to my hub and get titanium from Dragster Smelting Works. All right. If it's nearby, then that's a easier deal. Then I can do the titanium and then aluminum and liquid oxygen, and I'll be done. And I think it might be a little faster than having to load the fleet carrier. All right. Last batch. Yep. I gotta build the extraction a Coriolis. It's not gonna be a Coriolis. It's gonna be an ice station. I really want to build the ice station because I'm gonna call it Ice Station Zebra. If you're an old timer, you know Ice Station Zebra, the movie. But that'll be cool because it's in an ice ring. So the Coriolis will be not a Coriolis, will be an ice asteroid. I think it'll be cool. All right. Let's dump this. I'm on 3 hours now. I was gonna challenge myself, see if I can do more than 6 hours today. I'm dead serious. The other day I did 5 hours. Was it 5 hours, 40 minutes or something like that? I didn't hit 6 hours. I think it was 5 hours. Oh yeah. Is that advertising if I stick the can of Chinese Sprite in the stream? I think that's advertising. But I'm not getting paid for it, so it doesn't matter. Yes, I am not in the States. I am in Shanghai, China. I am streaming from Shanghai. I will be back in the States very shortly. I'm the same time zone, I think, as Tortoise. I think he's in the same time zone. Not exactly sure. I'm at UTC +8 Manila time. I'm not sure what time zone you're at, Taurus. But that's why usually I don't have a lot of people on or watching. Because I'm in a different time zone. Alright. But when I go back home and I'll be in Mountain Time, Texas time, it should be a different stream. Okay. So the steel had 19,000 tons that day. That's a third of the construction, right? 19,000 tons. Titanium was 11,000 tons, right? Liquid oxygen 5. CMM composites 14. Aluminum 11. These can be found in refinery economies. And this is majority. There's going to be a majority of the construction. The rest is maybe three Panther Clipper trips and you finish. But the majority of construction. Okay, so you're 3 p.m. So you're ahead. Are you in Melbourne? No, you're not. That would be behind. So you're 2 hours behind me. You're 2 hours ahead of me. So you're in Sydney. You're in Sydney, Tortoise? You must be in Sydney. Because that's like 3 p.m. Sydney. I think Sydney is 3 p.m., right? Let me see. I have to know. Queensland. Wow, very nice. I don't know anyone from Queensland. That's good. Something new here. A person from Queensland. Nice to meet you, dude. That's awesome. Australian Eastern Standard Time. Okay. So you're like you're same as Sydney time, right? I think. Maybe. Yeah, you should be same as Sydney time. Queensland. Wow. How large? What town are you in? How big? Well, don't tell me the town because I don't want to dox you. How big is your town or city? Let's see. Okay, so let's see what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna actually, I finished the steel. I want to look for, I want to look on a Nara. And see where I can find, let's go. Sydney and Melbourne went to daylight savings today, so they are an hour ahead. Okay. What am I doing? Okay. I want to copy the location and go to Anara and see if I can find commodities. Titanium. I should make the window bigger. Let me see. Anna's hub, 55 light years away. Yeah, the one I picked up the quest from, or the was, yeah, this one. This one is too far. How far? Yeah, the closest one is Shushack, but it's a small one, so I can't land my. Queensland is about 2 times bigger than Texas, but I bet you there's less people in Queensland, right? It's big as Texas, but the population small. Because Texas has a lot of people, almost as big as California, almost 60 million people. And a city. See, I don't want to jump 55 light years. That's about 4 jumps. That's 4 jumps. Yeah, a few million only. Yeah, Texas has almost as many people as California. A lot of people in California are leaving because it's a shit fest over there. San Francisco is one big toilet, and LA is becoming a toilet. So, not a lot of people hanging around. Okay, so to do this, if I go to Wiseman's Port Depot, where I can land, or Bacon Town, or Anna City, okay, even this one, Aaron Vista, I still have to do 4 jumps and maybe 5 jumps, because this one doesn't have jump range. Let me see. I think I only have 22 fully loaded. Let me see. 22 fully loaded. I don't want to take the fleet carrier. I want to do some non-fleet carrier activity. Yeah, 29 current. I think it's 21. 21 or 22 fully loaded. So let's try that. Let's go to Anna City. It looks like they have some titanium there. Ideally, the best place would be Wiseman's Depot. Let's do that. Wiseman's Depot, but it's a little bit of a travel. It's 5,000 light seconds in. Let's go Anna first, and then we can go to the other place. See if I can do this without having to go and restock the. So how many jumps is that? Let's see. 2 jumps. All right, that's not bad. But coming back fully loaded, it'll be more than 2 jumps. So let's see what we got. I'd like to live in a place like that, Tortoise. Seriously, at retirement, I don't want to be around people. My wife is different, though. She needs to have screaming and yelling and construction all around her, you know? So I'd like to live like an isolated place. Very few people. I even have some land and some chickens in the back. And I'm a tech jockey, right? Have a stone oven outside and make pizza for my daughter. From a stone oven. I don't mind driving to a bigger city to get my food and stuff. But I'd rather be out in the country somewhere. I'm tired of noise. I'm tired of people. Yeah, that's the best. That is the best. Best thing to do. Yeah, I told my wife I want to actually buy a decent plot of land in Texas and they're worried that we're going to become farmers. I said, no, we're going to have land. We're not going to become farmers, but just we want space. I don't want to be around people. You know? Just a thought. Okay, so this one's Annasport, so we're looking for Annasport. Like in China, and I kid you not, they have buildings, right? They have buildings everywhere, and these buildings are massive. This building that I'm in is 30 stories high. Okay, there's two sides to the building, so they're kind of private apartments. And they're larger, so this building is a little bit more private. So whenever somebody moves in, they're doing construction, so you hear it all freaking day. So like this vacation this summer, I was off a few days. I was just resting, relaxing. And all of a sudden, you just hear nothing but, what the hell is that, man? And, you know, I only, like, took a week off, and the whole week I'm hearing construction, so I had to leave the house. I told my wife, I said, I'm going to a hotel. This is freaking ridiculous. Right? So, they rebuild every time there's an apartment. They don't have a certain... Like, they're not made complete. So when you see these apartments, they're usually empty. They don't even have plumbing or toilet. Nothing on the walls. So they spend another $30,000-$40,000 renovating the place. But, oh my God, the banging and the slamming. And, oh, Jesus, man. So you're sick of it. You, after listening to this... Hey, Corvus. What's up, bud? So I'm talking Tortoise. He's in Queensland, man. Cool. I don't know anyone from Queensland. I gotta put that on my little map of people I know. Queensland. Imagine. So I'm saying, Tortoise, that I said to my wife, I said, when we get back to the States, I'm gonna buy a property. And I don't want to be a farmer. I said, I didn't say you're going to be a farmer. I just want a property. I don't want to have neighbors above, below, or next to me. I want to walk 10 minutes to my nearest neighbor. You know, I don't want them to be up my butt. There he is, Corvus. Okay, so this one is a Coriolis. Why is it moving like that? Is the planet moving faster? I think so. That's is that the copper version? Jeez, I can't get closer. Look at this. I'm trying to get closer, and I can't. I'm moving away from it. I'm actually moving away from it. It's moving. It's moving around this planet pretty fast. Look, I'm moving away from it. What is this? What the hell? I gotta come in and out again. I think the planet is moving too fast. I think it's moving too fast. And so the Coriolis is moving too fast around it. That's nice. Yeah, again, I'm 10 kilometers out and I can't get close. You guys have any idea what to do? Look at this. Yeah, it's moving along with the planet, and it's moving out of range. Look at this. Oh, Jesus Christ. Okay, so Anna City is a total bust. Oh, he's between two planets. What the hell? Listen, I can't even get close. It's moving away from me. Okay, that's enough of that. That pisses me off. Okay, what was the next one that I had to go to? So Anna City is a total bust. Bacon Town. Bacon Town? Okay, let's go to Wise Man Depot. I should have gone there first. Try to get titanium, and this is what happens. Some people do that on purpose. They do that to look at this. How many kilometers away am I? Anna City. I'm moving away. It's moving away from me. I can't. I had a brewer construction field run away from me once. It was frustrating, so I logged off and it stopped. No, so if I log off, you think it'll stop? Alright, let's try that. Let's log off. Who knows? Maybe it'll stop. That's annoying. Continue. I can't have that happen every time. Let's see what happens. Okay. I'm 27 kilometers away from it now. Yeah, I still can't get close. It's still moving away from me. You know, some people do that on purpose. Construction ganking. Yeah, it's still moving away, dude. Alright, let's go to the next one. This is a worthless system. Why spend all that time building this thing and you can't even land on it? Jesus. Man. That's a waste. That is a total waste. So I think because the planets are rotating too fast, it's just moving with the planet order. That's okay. So I'm trying to find titanium that's close by the new construction I'm doing. So I found a few systems, but they're 55 light years or so away. All right. That was annoying as hell. Okay, this one. Okay, this one has, let's see, stations. Wiseman's Depot. No, let's go and see what it has. So Corvus, I can get about 246 tons out of the T11. So that's, 346 tons, sorry. 346 tons. Even with the retarded fighter bay they have, I can get 346 tons out of it by taking out the shield. I put in the military grade composite armor. When I actually aim the MVR, it's on the sides of the asteroid, so it never hits my ship. Okay, and my boost is fast enough to get away from any pirate. So you just need anything over 350 and you can boost away from NPC pirates. So total is 346 tons. Yeah, but that's with the two pre-engineered cargo racks, right? Without the pre-engineered cargo racks, it's 280 tons. So that's still good, right? If you're a brand new player and you just outfitting, right? But tonight I'm gonna do in the tutorial I'm gonna do exobiology and try to get enough for T8 and a Cobra Mark 5. So I'm gonna get those two. I think I have enough to buy a hauler, but I want to have a hauler so I can retrace my steps, try to get Raxel again. I don't know. I have an idea what the location I'm going to shoot for this time, the direction I'm going to go. So I'm going to set a direction and just do local jumps. And if I get into a system that I see that it has I've been getting 600 tons of platinum each time I go to Omicron. Yeah, I know. I was trying to do it for science, right? Since we have the new T11. So, I know I can get more also. If I use the Panther Clipper and mine with that, I can get a lot more, right? Or Imperial Cutter, right? You can get a lot more. I don't think they realize that. That's what we want. We wanted more. We didn't want a small little ship. But it's kind of like a new mining ship, new miner. Like somebody who just started playing the game. Because seasoned miners are not going to use, maybe they're not going to use the ship. Until probably, I'm hoping that they're going to have a community goal with a pre-engineered MVR. That'd be nice. So you can put it on any ship. It'll be in like the last one. It'll have 50,000 people that will actually go and do the CG. When are you going to go out Raxel hunting? I'd like to tag along. Okay. I'm gonna go. I'm gonna do the streams, the new player streams, probably Sundays and Wednesdays, something like that. Maybe one time a week. So today I'm gonna do one at 5 p.m. But I'm not gonna do Raxla hunting. I'll do that starting next week sometime. But I'm gonna use a hauler. It's gonna have a Type B FSD. It's not gonna have an SCO. It's gonna be a regular FSD. I remember the outfitting I did with it. So I only had 10,000 credits or something like that, and then I ran out of money. So it really didn't have much jump range, maximum 9 light years, and I did local. I didn't know how to manipulate the galaxy map to give me better range, right? So I did anywhere between 3 to 7 jumps. I did 3 to 7 jump range, right? And after about an hour, I hit it. So it's nearby Trappist. If you go a certain direction, maybe south, if you're looking at the galaxy, like across, maybe it's south of the equator, the galaxy. All right, so I'm at the starport. So I'll do that soon. I'll let you know. I'll let you know. Yeah, we can do it together. I'll put it in the squadron thing, like posts, and say I'm gonna go Raxla hunting on this day. But I have an idea of the direction to go. So I'm gonna try to shoot for that first before I just do like all the systems within the area that I think it's in. Right? But just so you know, if I do hit a system that has gas giants within a very far distance away, I'm going to fly towards them, because that's how I picked up Raxla last time. So I think this time around I may be luckier. Okay? And just to warn the audience, I do believe Raxla is a nothing burger. I don't think there's anything there. But I think it's just an installation, and there's Darkwheel guarding it with their lives, but they haven't developed the storyline. They haven't done anything with it. Otherwise, there would have been there would have been a DLC with it already. All right, so I'm gonna go here. How many jumps is that? 3 or 4? 4. Okay. So anyway, yeah, we'll do it together, man. So get a hauler together. I'm gonna get a hauler, and we'll do day 1. 0 experience Raxla hunting. And you'll get some credits, right? You'll do some exploration, get some credits. I couldn't buy... Oh, that's right. Here's why. Okay. Alright. I did not have a DSS. I didn't have one. It was too expensive. It's 250,000 credits. So I only had like very little. I bought the hauler. I didn't have a capability of actually scanning the system, so I just flew towards the planets. Okay? That's why I never had... You have sensors, right, on the ship normally, but I didn't have a DSS. It was too expensive. But this time around, I'm going to use the DSS, and if we do have gas giants relatively further out, then I'm going to fly towards them and see if I pick up the signal. I think it's going to be kind of like a rest site. right? It's going to be like a rest site that you're not going to pick up on the rest site until you get to the rings, and then you'll pick it up on it. You can't pick it up if you scan the ring system. It won't show up most often. It's hiding in plain sight. I'm sure people scanned the system already. I'm sure of it. I'm 100% sure. And it's probably X'd out, so you can't colonize it. But I'm like 100% sure that's been scanned. But no one decided to go fly towards those ring systems to pick up on a secondary scan, right? That you would get. Raxla hunting. Maybe we can get like a team. So I'm sure that it's not going to be colonizable. It might even have, and I'm sorry I gotta say this, it might even have a permit lock. It might be permit locked. And I say this because when they did colonization, they probably figured, let's not open the Raxla story yet. We don't want to work on that. We don't want to do a DLC with Raxla. So they might even be, it might even be permit locked. I don't know. Hopefully not. All right. So my gameplay's changed now, right? I flew towards the station. I picked up the titanium, and now I'm flying it back to the system, right? Why am I doing that? Well, it is double transportation. When you go and bring it to the fleet carrier, then you transfer it over here, then you actually have to take it off the fleet carrier. But it is a little further than I expected it to be, so it is taking a little bit longer. And my jump range is how much now? 17, 18, almost 18. Fully loaded. Yeah, we should do that. I should post on the forums. Hey, go on Raxla hunting if you want to join me. Here's the configuration of the ship. Join me at this station, and we'll start from Trappist. We'll start from there. I'm gonna try to do it according to the toast. You know, they have a toast that they do, like to the Eye of Andromeda, blah blah blah, all those other things. There's actual systems associated with that toast. So that my first location will be towards she's the Eye of Andromeda, blah blah blah, something like that. There is a system associated to that. So I'm gonna fly in that direction. But I know where it could be. So I remember opening up the galaxy map and seeing where I was, because I was trying to find a system to jump out to, because they're warning me to get out of there or they're gonna blow me out of the sky. So I had to find a system to jump to that was nearby, because I had no fuel. And I had the local button pressed, not the normal button. So I wasn't getting good jump range. So it took me a little bit of time to find the planet to jump out. So I opened up the galaxy map, and I kind of know where it is. So general direction of it. But it'll be cool to find it. It'll be very, very cool. I think I can get 2 more people. Another Australian guy. He played. Oh, or is he British? And a Romanian guy. They were asking me a ton of questions. I'm part of their private group, but maybe we can get them to join us, so we can be like a squadron of 4, and we can cover a lot more track that way. But your ship could be any kind of ship. I'm gonna design my ship the way I had it the day one. That I had no money, and I wanted to jump. I want to do exploration so I can get some money. So you can do whatever you want, but I have to run on the original design I had. Goodness. What's taking? Did I boost? I didn't boost, or what? Why is it taking so long? It's taking forever. So I've been streaming 3 hours 37 minutes. What was my longest stream the other day? Jesus, I don't remember. I want to beat that one. Let's see. My longest stream was 5 hours 20 minutes. That was my longest stream. 5 hours 20 minutes. Let's see if I can beat that. I might jump off very soon anyway. I don't think I can go that far, because I'm actually going to do the stream a little bit later on exobiology. Dragster's Flight School. That's at 5 o'clock. Corvus, I saw that they, I've been in the business of financial services. Now I have my own company. So there is some training involved. You got to be patient. You got to be very patient. And you got to figure the person you're talking to has no clue what you're saying. I watched Mars's colonization stream, and, from Ghost Giraffe. And I said, dude, you're talking to people who just started playing the game. They have no clue what the hell you're saying. So I did the first part of the stream that I started today was on colonization. I'm going to actually have a colonization I guess, stream on. I'm getting tired, so my brain is like brain farting. So I'm gonna have a colonization stream for brand new players, but I'm gonna wait to do that until the Panther Clipper is for sale for credits. You need about $500,000 to fully load the Panther Clipper. I think it's about half a billion, 500 billion. So I want to be able to do the Panther Clipper with my own cash from that account, the 8th account. I got an 8th account to do these streams, to do brand new player training. So I don't want to use ARCs, and I don't want to, even though I can take money from the fleet carrier, I'm not going to. Or maybe I'll build a Panther Clipper with all the basic necessities, and I can lend that out to the player, right? That's a great idea, actually, don't you think? Or can the player use it if he doesn't have it available I don't know that if that's the case. Can the player use it if he doesn't have it available in the shipyard? If it's still in early access? I wonder if it's available. I'm not sure. Well, that's a good question. I should ask Megan. He knows everything. Or at least he says he does. Okay, so I'm going here. Okay, now it's only 2 jumps. Yeah, 2 jumps. 2 jumps going, 4 jumps coming back. Okay. I don't know. Do you know, Corvus? Do you know, Tortoise? If the ship is still in early access and you build one and you put in storage for a new player, can he use that ship even though it's in early access and he didn't buy the early access ship? Do you guys know the answer? If you do and you're out there in internet land, leave a message. Leave a message in the comments and let me know. That's a good question. Right. Last night I had the worst. I only had 16 people watch the mining thing. Some of them have gotten really good numbers. But there was nobody on. And who wants to watch mining? Right? Yeah, plain Jane ships. But what do you mean? Like non-early access ships or any ship? Let's see. Only plain. Yeah, you can't have the ship engineered. You can't share an engineered ship. Right? But what about early access ships that you've just plain Janed the ship, right? You only have basic unengineered modules. Can you share that ship? Oh, I don't want to go to Anna. I may be wrong, but I think it's any ship engineered. Yeah, you can have any ship engineered. That's true. Right? Wise Depot. God. Wiseman Depot. Let's put Wiseman Depot on a map. Okay. Okay. Not sure. I'm not sure either. I gotta check it out. Oh, you know who can help us? Our friendly neighborhood AI. Let's see what ChatGPT says. They're pretty knowledgeable. Can you share an early access ship, non-engineered, in fleet carrier, in the squadron carrier, or in squadron from squadron carrier, and then I'll put elite dangerous. Elite all right. let's see what the... Can you share an early access ship, non-engineered, in Squadron from Squadron Carrier Elite Dangerous? Let's see what chat says. Let's unpack that. What kind of access you mean? You cannot directly share ships between commanders. Okay. Stock ships. You can import ships. Members can buy that ship non-engineered because can buy. It says you can. So ChatGPT says you can. So I'm gonna try it. I got a Panther Clipper. I'll put it in storage and see if my new character, who does not have early access Panther Clipper, can he use that Panther Clipper for himself? Like, for instance, to do hauling, right? Let's find out. ChatGPT says you can. But it can't be engineered. The only thing it can't share is engineered. So let's find out. Okay? So if I get a brand new player and he joins our squadron, maybe I can share that with him, right? In any case, the new account, I'm not going to do any ARCs purchases, and I'm not going to actually, because I want, the reason I'm doing that is because I want new players to not be dependent on ARC purchases. I don't want Frontier to make money that way, to fleece new players, because then the game is gone. It's pay to play. And new players will start bad-mouthing the game and giving us bad rating, and then all of a sudden nobody wants to buy it anymore. So you should be a new player, and all you've paid into the game is $2.50. That's it. Period. But the Panther Clipper, by December, will be in the shipyard for purchase. And then the T11 by February probably will be, maybe even earlier. No, by January. It'll be in the shipyard for purchase. Oh, Corvus. Here's something. Because we were talking the other day about ship interiors, right? Why I think ship interiors. I told you about the double door. Go to your T11, has the same double door as the Panther Clipper. Okay? So here's my thinking as a coder, why they only are doing medium-sized ships. Because they're trying to fit all the ships within a cookie cutter kind of a coating, so this way they don't have to keep on building the interior. But most of the ships are medium size, and the actual Panther Clipper without the cargo is a medium size too. Right, it has 1,300 tons of cargo, but if you take the ship itself, could be a medium sized ship. So they're trying to fit the ship interior into a medium size cookie cutter kind of mold, right? I'm going to say mold. That's why most of the ships have been medium size. So I really do think that they're going to do ship interiors soon. And the next one will be the launch of the ship interiors. I really do think so. Maybe that's why they did the fighter bay, because it'll be good to get into the fighter from the interior of the ship, or it'll be some other kind of fighter. But if you look at the doors, go and look on your the actual doors to the Panther Clipper, and then look at the doors to the T8, the T11, the T8, and all of them. They're almost as right now. I didn't look at the T8, but the T11 and the Panther Clipper have the same doors, same size doors. And I told you about collision, that when you're coding, you have to have so much space between the edge of the door, right, for collision, so that the player doesn't go through the wall. So they're the same size. So that's another reason why I think they're going to do ship interiors in December. I think they're going to do ship interiors. And they're going to launch maybe something that we all love, like maybe they'll launch the Asp Explorer, or it's also a medium ship, or maybe even the Anaconda. Okay? But I think the interior of the Panther Clipper will be medium sized, kind of medium spaced, just like the other ones. I don't know. I'm just figuring this out, but I'm thinking they're going to do ship interiors very soon. I really do. I mean, the Zorgon Peterson, right, who makes the Panther Clipper, is a different company. And like Lycon or whatever, who makes the T11, is a different company, but they have the same ship. They have the same door, same ramp. Right? I'm just thinking out loud. Just a thought. But I do think they're going to do ship interiors soon. And it's only going to be new ships. The old ships are basically will be out of commission, unless they revamp or make a Mach 2, like an Asp Explorer Mach 2, an Anaconda Mach 2, etc., etc. They did a Python Mach 2, right? So I don't see why they can't revamp the ship lines. And if they do that, they can put the old ones out of commission. The new ones will have ship interiors. So it'll come with the ship interior, right? And then people can buy more ships. Just a thought. I'm just thinking out loud. Yeah, I was thinking about the Panther Clipper. I'm like, they only have one large and one small. But what's different about the Cobra Mach 5, that it's wide. It's very wide, right? It's very wide. If you look at it, it's wide. So the spacing inside the Cobra could be medium-sized cookie cutter interior, right? I'm thinking that their coding is medium-sized. That when they code, when they're doing the interior, it's medium-sized. So they're doing medium-sized cookie cutter coding, and they're trying to match the ship around that. That's why we've only had medium-sized ships. That's my thinking. So I want to look at the Cobra door to see if this is the same size as the Panther Clipper and the T whatever. Right now, when we stop, I'll go to the fleet carrier and see if that's the case. if the doors are the same. But it's a wider door. It's a double door. It's not a single door. It's a wide door. So if they were going to open, yeah, you don't want to have that collision where the player goes be through the wall, right? So you want to be wider so they go straight into it, into the middle of it. So I'm more than 80% sure right now that they're going to have ship interiors. I was about 70%, but now I'm 80%. And that would make sense why they're having only middle-sized ships, medium-sized ships. Why? They only have one small, one large. They might do an Asp Explorer. Mach 2 Asp Explorer. Who knows? Or, a crate Mach 3. Ooh. That's a medium ship. Ooh, that would be lovely. That would be lovely. Let's see. I'd like to have a Anaconda Mach 2. Can you imagine that baby like more streamlined, more stealthy like the Mach 5 Cobra? Then put it in black, right? That would be beautiful. That would be beautiful. What do you think? Leave a comment below. Tell me what you think. Would you like to see an Anaconda Mach 2 and make it in that black paint job? You know, would you like to see an Anaconda Mach 2? Or a crate Mach 3, right? Was a crate Mach 2 is I think it's a crate Mach 2, right? That's the one that's selling in shipyards now. Okay, so let's go to system colonization ship, and then we'll go to our fleet carrier and prove a point. Let's see. Oh yeah, it's 2,000. That's why I didn't boost. That's why it took so long last time. All right, let's boost. Alright. Yeah, an Anaconda Mach 2 that would be sleek, right? Stealthy, like the Cobra. And then black. That would be nice. That would be absolutely wonderful. I think everybody would buy that Anaconda Mach 2. Everybody and their mother would buy that Anaconda Mach 2. Cha-ching, all the arc sale. Like you can hear the arc sales going on. Cha-ching, cha-ching, cha-ching. Then they can do a galactic version for that. Then people would spend 60,000 arcs for a Anaconda Mach 2 galactic version. You know? You can call that not the galactic version. You can call it the Pimp My Ride version, because you would have the neon lights going across it, and you can have different paint jobs. It would be pimping, man. Anaconda Mach 2 with neon lights on it. That would be cool. All right. Beautiful. Yeah, I just, if I think about it, I got a great Christmas present with the Panther Clipper, right? I would love the Anaconda Monk too. I really would love that. I really would love that. That would be worth 60,000. That would be worth getting it, right? Worth getting a fully pimped out Anaconda Monk 2. That'll be awesome. Oh yeah. Alright, let's land. Then we'll go back to the fleet carrier. Let's take a look at that ramp. I want to prove my point. I'm thinking I want to look at the other ships and see if it's the same type of door and ramp combination. You know, they might have just been lazy and say, let's just add this because we have no other thing to do with our time. Just let's add this. We don't need to do a bunch of coding for it. Do different doorways, different ramps. But I'm curious to see that. Okay. So let's see what construction. We're gonna dump this stuff and we're at 34%. We'll come back later. We have plenty of time left, so you know something I haven't thought of? Corvus and Tortoise. Corvus and Tortoise. Alright. What if they make a small fighter, right, that you can put in a fighter bay, but it's a revamp of the Eagle or the other fighter from Imperium, right? You can fit those into the bay of the T-11. So it's an actual ship, not a fighter. I don't know. Just thinking out loud. So we did some work today, right? We hauled about 25,000 tons. All right. So I gave you my list of the way I colonize. If you just joined the stream, if you just actually started watching the video and joining the stream, I initially talked about the way I colonize, how I get started, and it's a one-pager. It doesn't have like one page. It doesn't have 58 pages, Meccan. 58-page dissertation on colonization. First step, if you're a newbie. First step, gather the system data from the system itself, and that means to do a little bit of exploration to find a system you're gonna actually get. Second, where is the flag located? Is it located in a good area? If it's not, then you should choose another system. For instance, if it doesn't have any planetary installations, oh, that's terrible. But just build them. Do you have enough materials? You can actually construct the limpets. Let's see. The first ship that we got that was new was the Python. So let's see what the Python has for ramp and door. Going back to the colonization. So where's the flag located? Make sure that you have a good location where the flag is. If you're 500,000 light seconds out, that might not be a good system to colonize, right? Okay, the Python is not allowing you to go up the ramp. Ooh. And it's only a single door. Okay, that's one. Okay. So, let's get another one. What about the Dark Katana, the Cobra Mark 5? So where is the flag located? Make sure that when you're getting the system, when you're actually claiming the system, that it's in a good location, that the flag is in a good location. You have orbital areas you can colonize. You have ground location, at least 2 on the surface. You want to have 2. Why? Because one of the first things you want to do is build a refinery. You want to have at least 2. Okay, so what if you're not in a good location? Then the 2 things that I do is either I build a commercial outpost, small one, or I build a military outpost, small one. But if I'm in a good location, and always I'm going to look for a good location, I want to build a Coriolis. So the rule of thumb is now, okay, this goes up, but the door is smaller. But it's still wide. Almost 2. It looks like 2, right? 2 doors? Okay. Wonderful. So you want to be able to build a Coriolis. And why do you want a Coriolis? Or that's a T2 or type 2 construction, medium size. Or a T3, because they're free in the beginning. They don't cost any construction points. So it's kind of a waste to build a small one, a small outpost, and not take advantage of that no construction point cost, right? Let's look at the Mandalay. Otherwise, if you build it after the fact, you're going to need construction points. Okay, so the first one should be a Coriolis. What is the first economy you should build? Okay, small door. So I'm wrong. I'm wrong. This one's a small door. Okay, but you can't go up the ramp and you can go to the door. Okay. The first economy you should build is a refinery economy. So if you got the Coriolis in space, like for instance in this system, I'm building Coriolis in space. Okay, this is going to be a Coriolis construction, right? On the planet, I got 6 spots. So I found this system that has 7, 6, 6. This is a great system to actually build a hub. So this one is going to be actually, I'm going to build 2 refineries at first so that the Coriolis will get the economy started in orbit, right? Then the next one, I will build a medium-sized station, medium-sized city, a T2 on the surface, so I can get CMM composites. Okay? So that the refineries will fuel the surface station and will fuel the Coriolis in space. Okay? And then I'll continue, because I have only 3 real main planets to colonize. I will add tech to the construction. So I'll build 2 tech settlements here. So it'll be 2 refinery, 2 tech. So they'll have a split economy of both. So that the surface station will have refinery tech, high tech, and then the Coriolis in space will have refinery high tech. Alright, so I might build an extra refinery, so I'll have 3 refineries and 2 high tech settlements, and then the one city, T2 city, so that'll complete this planet. The next thing I want to build is industrial and extraction, and that requires another Coriolis. So I really don't need a T3 yet. Just take in mind that every time you build a T2, T3, you're going to need extra construction points. Like the first one you build would be 3, the next Coriolis would be 5, the next one will be 7, then it'll be 10, etc., etc., 9, then 11. So right now the system that I have, pipe stem SUOB61, requires 20 settlements to be built so I can build the next 2 Coriolises. First one is 9, the next one is 11. So I'm going to need 20. Luckily, I have a lot of spots in space, so just to remember. You can do dual economies. I do refinery tech, industrial extraction, agricultural tourism, and military I leave by itself. I'm going to add a military T1 here and 2 military outposts here. And then agriculture and tourism will be on this one, maybe, or this one. Depends. Let's see. Anyway, alright, so next ship is... I said that the Panther Clipper and the T11 have the same size ramp and door. So let's see if the T8 has that. Okay, single ramp going up to a double door. Kind of a double door, right? Okay, this is kind of same size door as the Mandalay. Okay, let's see, and the last one. And if you look at the T11, Limp Biscuit. This one's called a Limp Biscuit. There's an outstanding bounty. So what? 100. I want to see how it fires out into space, and I fired in the. Why is this neat? Okay. Let's disembark. And again, now look at this doorway. Okay? That's a big doorway. Alright, go back to the Panther Clipper. They might only do the interiors with a few ships, and they might not do with all of them. Maybe 3 or 4 ships. But the T11 has the same door as the Panther Clipper. Let me show you. So I'm not a conspiracy theorist, but... Oh, the Corsair. Let's take a look at the Corsair. Let's see what the Corsair has. Alright, so if we're looking at the ramp... Oh, I can't go up. Look at that. So you can't go up into the Corsair ramp. Huh. Look at that. So they probably are not going to do ship interiors with the Corsair. Okay. Okay. That's good to note. So you can go up on a Python either. But the Panther Clipper, you can. You can. Panther Clipper. Let's. Okay. And there it is. Same doorway as the T11. Okay. So, in theory, they probably will have ship interiors, but not with everyone. That's what I'm thinking. Not with every ship. Hopefully they do that. Maybe they won't. Who knows? But I'm maybe 80%. I'm about 80% sure you can now. I really am. All right. I think I'm done here. I'm going to send this ship back to my little hub so I can get more materials. I'm not going to fly back and forth. It's too painful. So I'm going to go to my hub and load up and come back. Alright, guys. I think that's it for me. It's been sweet. I hope you guys got something out of the stream. I hope you do colonization like I do. I find it easier to do it that way. The reason you want to do your first economy refinery, and let me explain again for the third time, is that majority of the materials that you need for colonization is coming from refinery economy. Aluminum, titanium, steel. Hey, 07 Corvus, where you left? Oh, take care, Corvus. Bye-bye. The majority of the materials you're going to need for construction will come from a refinery station. So Coriolis is the best one. You have a large landing pad. You can move your Panther Clipper in and out, or a T3. Okay, or a T3. So when you're doing colonization, the first economy you should hit is the refinery. Second one is high tech. I'm kind of conflicted between high tech and industrial. Last one would be agriculture and extraction. You do need some components in those economies to build settlements, but it's majority of materials you're going to need from high tech, and well, actually it's going to be refinery first, then high tech. So take that in mind when you're building your systems. Try as much as possible not to build a small outpost. It's free. No construction points needed to build a Coriolis or a large Osceola. So try to build the larger ones first. And if you have help, you can get help from online. You can get help from your squadron. But try to do it that way. All right, I'm going to take off a little bit, stretch my legs. It's been fun. Hopefully you got something out of the stream. And Corvus, great to see you, man. We got to do some stuff together. So let's get your Odyssey suits fixed up. We got tons of materials on the ship not being used. So you feel free. Anything you need, just take it. But you have the place where you can upgrade your suits right there on the ship, on the fleet, and the squadron carrier. And if you want it I can send a squadron carrier closer to the what's Omicron, the Omicron Capricorni B system. Everybody's mining there, so if you want it there, just let me know. Or if you have a place you want to send it, just let me know. I think you can send it by yourself, right? I think I gave you the ability to send the fleet carrier wherever you want. In any case, let me know. I'm gonna take off. I gotta take a break. I'm hitting 4 hours 20 minutes. I do have a limit. So anyway, take care, guys. 07. See you guys in a little bit.